Okay. Hello. Good morning. I slept well. I slept well this time. We're good. Let's see here. Gaming. Yep. Okay. Update. Yes, yes, yes. Do. Okay. We good? We're good. Uh-oh. Okay. I figured out how to use the gosh darn preview. I figured it out. I think it might have been a combination of things. One of which was, I think I figured out that you shouldn't be creating the, what is it? Yeah, like the children every time. Because I was just doing it like kind of on the fly. Like in this get item children or whatever. I was creating them every time it requested it. I think it wants static, not like static, but like a saved thing. So I changed it to create them all up front. In like a nested way, which to me seems a little, you know, not worth like it's supposed to be virtualized, so it's like if I have to create all of them up front, you know, what's the point? And I guess it's like it still doesn't render them, it just the data is all created up front. And so the other part of it was creating this data class that's literally just a container for the same data that lives on the widget that we're displaying. So yeah, that seems to have fixed it. It seems to have fixed it. Now, what I need to do, like, well, let's take a peek here. Let's take a little peek-see. Yeah, so here's the hierarchy here. Let's close the log here a little bit bigger. So yeah. So the problem was it wasn't expanding. The third one wasn't expanding, right? That was the problem. Oh, dagger shouldn't have its own thing. That's okay. But now they're all expanding. The only issue now I have with it is that like I'm like spamming left click. And it is not it like there's a delay. Like every other click doesn't do anything. Like this is as fast as you can click it. That's as fast as you can click it. So I'm a little upset about that. That seems weird. I don't know. It seems like a tree view widget issue, not a me issue. Because it's not like the frame rate is dropping or anything. So I was wondering if there was some sort of like debounce happening on the tree view click or something. And I couldn't really find anything about it. Clear selection on click. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I couldn't really find any settings or anything that would relate to that. So, you know, if I stick with this, it'll probably be something I have to find in the... I assume there's a C++ class for it. I presume. Yeah, nothing. But I'm gonna keep moving forward because it works. It works fine. It twerks fine. But now I need to actually wire, these all need to like, first of all, start as checked. Oh, and I did do this thing, so if you click Hall, and I should not allow Hall by default, I think. I should not allow Hall by default. But I need to actually wire up the checkboxes now, so that's what I'm going to be working on. That's what we're doing. So I guess we'll need to, when we build them, pass it in. So I did create some selected behavior here. Denick, morning, welcome in. Hope you're well. I figured out how to use the tree view I was just talking about. It was a user error, but you know what? I still think it's Epic's fault. Because how to use the tree view is not very clear. It's not very clear. Okay, so I have these boys here. Yeah, I'm just like ferrying an event dispatcher through the storage settings, and then that one, I think there's another one. Yeah. And so then I need to bind to that one whenever I create it, right? Area panel. Construct. Where does it like actually oh yeah, the show area panel. Show area panel. Yeah, I think finally back home from 3 days cat sitting session. Oh my god. That's a long cat sitting sesh. Rip grammar. I didn't were there when you were talking about that. Yes. Yeah, yeah, the grammar was not there for that one. But I'm wondering if I should just always have this bound to this little event here. Because I can just do, right, I can just like bind to on settings changed. But I may have multiple of these created at a time. So, well, but this is the only one that should show from the area panel. So, yeah, I think we can just bind to this by default then. Let's just bind to this bad boy by default here. And we'll do on storage settings changed. And then we'll handle it there. She's on holiday. Can't you just stop by once a day though or something? Cats, I thought cats were supposed to take care of themselves. I'm convinced cats can actually speak English, they just don't want to pay taxes. They're too smart to not actually understand what we're saying. On storage settings changed. Okay, so here, where am I storing my storage settings? I think area building. Get area building data. And then probably set members. Yeah, allowed storage settings. Yeah. Gameplay tag. Structures. Okay, so I will need to, well, we actually need to get it. Well, I guess break is the thing. Break. I kind of want this to be a function now, actually. Yeah, let's make this a function. Oh dear, what have I done? Okay. On storage settings changed. What? Do I have to compile before that name becomes available? Ugh. Yep, that was the key. Okay. On storage settings changed. Okay, so let's promote this. Promote to a local variable. These are current, or just call this like storage allowed storage settings. So yeah, first things first, get the allowed storage settings, and then depending on if we are adding or removing, so we'll need a branch here. Selected. Then we will add or remove. Crazy, no. This is the kind of complex logic that you can expect here, which is allowed storage settings, add, remove. I don't know if this is a ref or not. If it is selected, we will add it. And I guess I can just git tag here. No. Git tag. Okay. I think I'll need some additional logic here for like the indeterminate state, perhaps. I need to play some games after 3 days. Hell yeah. What is your game of choice today? I feel you. So you just went over there for 3 days and did nothing? God damn. Or at the very least didn't have any games to play. Both are frightening thoughts. So this tag could be a parent tag, or it could be like the child most tag, I think. I guess I need to think about how I want that to work. But first of all, let's just pass this. Let's just wire this up. So we need to pass it in here as well. Not here, here as well. And the build children. So I need to pass in the settings, the storage settings. So let's do that. Just say allowed storage settings. I mean, should I just do it from here then? Rather than forwarding it all the way through? And this should be a, can we make this a set? Can I make this a set? Thank you. Yes, change variable type. Contains item, which is this tag, I believe. Just kind of just sneak that right in there. Kitty Vichnikov. Welcome in. Good morning. It's an interesting name. A Russian cat lady. Okay, so I need to pass that in to the storage settings. Event graph. I suppose storage settings, where was that happening at? That was on initialized. I feel like I'm not going to have the storage settings at that point. I hope construct happens before storage settings. Set allowed storage settings. Area building. Get allowed. Get building data. Get area building data. Break. Okay. Okay. A little ugly. A little bit ugly. That's okay. Okay, let's see if that actually does stuff. Should probably get rid of all those logs now too. Okay, so they're all unchecked, and if I'm not mistaken, where do I put the area building data? Allowed storage settings. Yeah, so it is empty. So hang on, let me see this here then. Check weapon, come back. Weapon is checked. Pickaxe. Dagger, one hand. Okay, delete. Okay, it's the same thing. Okay. That's not right. That is not right. Access none. Area building. Okay. I think I need to do this on show area panel. Okay, weapon, fungal, vegetables, seed, sunflower seed. Okay. Okay, it has persisted. It has persisted. Close it. New area. Okay, shit. Okay, so that's not working. That is not working. And I think I need to like destroy and recreate the storage settings perhaps. So I think this isn't happening. I don't think this is happening. Let's do a refresh or like init or something. Let's do like an init storage settings function. And I'm gonna just call that from the parent whenever it's shown. And then let's, should I pass it? Let's just pass in the storage settings here. So gameplay tag, and I'll just call this allowed settings, and we'll set that here. Yeah, that needs to be a set. And I struggle to know whether or not blueprint variables are structs or refs or not structs. Imaginary villain, welcome. Oh no, it's not. See that?
Hello. Why are you running? Why are you running?
Welcome in, everyone. How goes it? It's good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. How was your stream? What were you working on today? How's the doll life? I am working on a tree view that I finally figured out how to use. It only took me 2 streams. It only took me 2 streams to figure out how to use a widget in Unreal Engine. But we figured it out. And I'm attempting to make it have state. So I have this area here that you can store things in, potentially. When you select the storage thingy, you have this nice little hierarchy of items, which are represented by gameplay tags in a data table. So I'm trying to make sure these like actually like persist and stuff. Like selecting this should select all of them, basically. So I'm just trying to like go through and make sure it's like persistent. Okay, that literally recreated it, but then it didn't. Okay, so I don't think we're actually, are we writing on storage settings change? Okay, let me see what this is. Oh, I never like set it. I never set it. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I never actually do anything with it. Get building data. And I guess I can't use the get building data because that would return that returns a copy if I'm not mistaken. Okay, thank you for the generated file. That's that's very nice. Not quite what I need. Get area, yeah, it returns a copy, so I can't even use that. Pretty good to finish my mini map. Oh, nice. Fixed up my regular map, redid my HUD, and did some sound design for mob. That sounds like a very productive day. That sounds like a lot, actually. I wish I could do all that in a day. That would be nice. Oh, that's building data. I need get area building data. Yeah, that's different. It's different. Set members, allowed storage settings. Okay, the noodles are noodling. I'll put those in there. Yeah, so I guess this at the very least is not a ref. Well, it wouldn't be because this is a copy anyway. Okay. I don't know why, but like I was watching some Grounded 2 last night when I was doing a little bit of bonus game dev. Ah, it's persisted now. Yay, it's persisted. Yay. But I was watching some Grounded 2 and like the whole you're playing in a world from the perspective of like something that's smaller than the world. You know, same with Pikmin. Pikmin's another example of that. And same with your game, Imaginary Villain. I don't, there's something so compelling about it. I can't put my finger on it. Like, it's just so cool to see. It's like you're seeing a world from a different perspective. And it's really cool. So yeah, I've tuned in a little bit to your streams and seen your doll character jumping around and platforming. That seems really fun. Tiny Life. Yeah. It's fun. It's fun. Because then you can create like all sorts of like platforming and stuff from just like regular everyday objects and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Also submitted first version of my Steam page. Hell yeah. Whenever you get that, whenever that gets up, you'll have to drop the link. We can get some wish lists going. But we're persistent, baby. We are persistent. Now let's make sure it's clear for the new area. Tis. Okay, let's get rid of all these logs too. These logs are kind of nasty, kind of disgusting. Okay. Okay. Now we can just like, you know what? We're just gonna leave it. Just leave it. Just leave it. So yeah, I'm just gonna be working on this today. So nothing super crazy exciting. Nothing super crazy exciting. Now, where are the rest of these logs that are showing up everywhere? There's one. Goodbye. Another log. I don't know if I'm actually going to end up using that function. Okay. Is that all of them? I think that might have been all of them. Oh, we have the entry initialized as well. Which is... yeah, here. There we go. And I may just be able to edit this. Well, no, because it's a copy. Never mind, never mind. Ignore me, ignore me. Oh, an expansion settings changed tree view. I'm not actually doing any logic there. On item clicked. Yeah, so we can get rid of these and just play the sound. Okay. I'm so jealous of people. Who else was it that said they submitted their Steam page? I forget. I feel like someone else came in and said that. And I'm jealous. I wish I was that far. Okay, so we have the storage settings. Now I need them to be all enabled all by default. And right now it's just an empty set. Allowed storage settings. So I probably need some function to create the hierarchy. And then I also need to handle the checkbox. Like, you know, you check the parent, it checks everything underneath it state. You know what I mean? And I guess I need to handle that. I'm still at least 15 months off release. I just wanted it up so I can use it to help try for the Epic Mega Grant. Yeah, no, it's a huge milestone, regardless of how much time you have left, I think. And it just makes it all, you know, I don't know, it makes it feel like you're close, you know, and that it's actually gonna happen. It's happening. It's happening. Okay, yeah, so I need to handle the selections changing. There's the checkbox, and all we do is we just call on settings changed, which gets ferried up to the parent, which gets ferried up through to the area panel, where we change that. And then I guess when it gets passed in, what do we do? Init entry. Yeah, so we set the check state here. Makes it feel like a real game. Yeah, for sure. You know, after feeling like a trained seal jumping through Steam's hoops. I've heard that it's not pleasant. It does seem to be the vibe. But, you know, it's I'm sure it helps cut down on the amount of low quality things on the marketplace, which is always a problem with a kind of platform like that. Okay, so checked or unchecked. Yeah, I guess when the entry is initialized, I need to figure out the parents, you know? And I guess whenever a parent is checked, I need to make sure that the children get refreshed. Is there a way to do that? Is there a way to just refresh the tree view or something? Like request list view base, request refresh. But that refreshing is limited to accounting for discrepancy between entries. In other words, I want to like recall every single entry's like init function, basically, which happens on list item object set. Did you know they actually want the library images for your coming soon page? The images for if someone has already bought your game and it shows up in their library. I mean, I feel like that makes sense. Because, like, you mean, I guess you're saying that, like, your game's not even going to be gettable in your library. Like, it's not even going to be buyable, purchasable. So why would you need that? And then at the point of getting your purchase button or your download demo button or whatever, that's when you supply the images. You know, it's a lot to think about, though. It's a lot to think about. All up front, you know? But nobody can use it, yeah. I was thinking, like, it makes sense, because, like, as soon as your Steam page is up, like, people may want to buy it or something. But I guess that's not always the case, that you can. I guess they just want... I feel like they just want everything up front so they can, like, confirm it all at once, you know? They don't have to go back through it again in a second stage. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that is kind of annoying. Okay, yeah, so how am I going to handle these parents being checked and whatnot? I need to get... This function needs to get called again. Some way or another. How's it going to happen? Let me search for some more functions on here. Is there like a list view, something or other? Okay, list view. So that's selected item. List view base. Regenerate all entries. That's probably what I need. They will receive the on list item object set. Perfect. Okay, that's what we're doing. So we're going to call that there, the parent. So that should theoretically call this guy again. So now I need to figure out the checked, unchecked, and indeterminate states here. So the item selected is not always going to be true, but we may still want to set it to true if the parent is selected. So I have the item has the tag. I guess I need the entire hierarchy. I need the entire item hierarchy. Okay. How would I get that here? So we're returning children there. What about the You can go away. Building the children, which is where I set all this information. Honestly, just give it the allowed storage settings. Yeah, just give it that. Allowed storage settings. And then I guess that doesn't get updated, does it? That does not get updated. Oh, how I wish I understood if this was a ref or not. Field notify. Generate a field entry for the field notification system. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. Welcome in now, everyone. Good morning. I'll show the game here for a second for those who haven't seen it. I am working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. So here's the procedural, some of the procedural terrain going. This isn't that exciting of a seed. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a mountain over here, I guess, so it's like sort of exciting, but I've seen better. So maybe we can search for a new seed. But yeah, this is just one small section of the world. There's a bunch of entities. Here's the world map. And I am spawned into the Forgotten Temple of Xylos, which is right next to the Starvale Isles and Thunderhoof Plains, and the Demon's Gate of Despair, and the Emerald Coast. Let's get a new seed, though. I want a new one. We're on 452. Let's do 453. 453 here. Okay, potentially more exciting. This is my super rocky, craggy, pointy, spiky terrain noise in this zone. And you can see the edges of the zones here. Like these mountains are the borders between the zones, and you can see how it changes. There's different colors, and I need to blend the textures because yeah, it's not blended. But this is a pretty good. This ain't bad. This ain't a bad seed. I only have like 2 different biomes, and this is like my default one, the forest. And then this is my plains meadows biome, which probably should not go in the rocky, craggy terrain noise area. But here we are. I have no idea what direction I'm facing. Okay, so for my zones, oh, this is cool. There's like a zone within a zone almost. And that's called the Samurai Fortress of Honor. These are all like AI generated zone names, so they don't always make sense. Eventually I'll be trying to ground them a little bit more by passing into the prompt that generates these, like all the stuff that's like spawned into the zone, including what biome it is, you know, what kind of mobs are spawned, what the terrain noise is like, and stuff like that. What am I using for terrain generation? So I wrote 3 different compute shaders to do it. I have a height map generator, a 3D noise generator, and then a custom marching cubes compute shader that connects them all together. And so that's how it, like, everything on the surface is height map, and then like the 3D noise intersects with it, and I stitch it together with the marching cubes. And this is the result of that. For the actual mesh that I'm using the dynamic mesh component within Unreal Engine, passing it the vertex and index buffers that I get output from my marching cube shader. But these zones, they all have, each color is like a different biome with like a different set of parameterized terrain noise. And then I blend all the different terrain chunks, which are each pixel on here, together in the height map shader. Dang, that's rough, but it looks beautiful. It was rough. It was a pain in the ass to get the 3D noise. The height map wasn't too bad. But all of these, part of my height map shader is to build border bounds around all of these. I actually use a Niagara particle system to calculate distances to a spline. The spline is created from all of the edge chunks here. And so the way you actually get from zone to zone is through these white dots, which are just randomly chosen. And these are my like zone entrance chunks is what I call them. So a good example of that is right here. So if I zoom out, you can kind of see the difference between the noises, but here is like one zone here, and then there's a break in the mountains up here, and that's how you would get from one zone to the other zone. And so it creates this like really nice contained kind of a zone that has a name and a story and some specific, it'll eventually have some specific points of interest. And then when you cross the threshold into a new zone, it changes dramatically. And it creates this, in my opinion, it creates this really nice sense of exploration, something that I took from World of Warcraft, actually. Rather than doing the biomes as a part of just a grandiose noise function like how maybe Valheim or Minecraft does it, where the biomes just kind of seamlessly blend from one to another. I wanted to like specifically place them and give them like a story and a background and stuff like that, you know, and have these zones be more grounded in the world. And then maybe you can have some quests, you know. I'll be doing AI generated quests as well, but eventually, you know, I'll have some AI generated. So here's the entrance right here. So it's like all this like super rocky, craggy, and then it kind of opens up. You start to see some different assets and stuff. And like, oh, what's over there, you know. Another way you can get to each zone is you can potentially find a cave that got randomly spawned and moved into, it goes in between the mountains. I'll see if I can find one, because it is always fun to see. Okay, it looks like that one doesn't always go through. Yeah, I don't know if there is. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there is any on this one. Oh, here we go. So this one maybe doesn't fully get over here, but there's the mountains that you can't walk up. So there is this cave here. I guess if you follow this enough, it will pop up over here. You could go over here, maybe walk up here, and then you're on the other side of the mountains. So you could potentially find a way that way. Or you could dig through the mountains. I do have destructible terrain. It's not really working well yet, but it is proof of concepted. So you could dig through the terrain, or you could build up the terrain. You could build like some stairs and stuff. UE5 is all about working around the engine. Basically the same idea I had a long time ago. Nice. Yeah, a lot of trying to get the engine to do what you want it to do. And for the RPG side of the game, I wanted to do, I wanted to take inspiration from like vanilla WoW, like the class design. That's very, each class is very unique. Each class, you know, can't do everything and has like a set of unique abilities to choose from to solve different problems in the game and stuff like that. So that's gonna be like the kind of RPG side of things. And I'll take some inspiration from the combat with my terrible animations. Yeah, there's a little bit of the combat that I have, and so I'm thinking that there'd be a lot of different classes to pick from, a lot of different abilities for each class, like specific to the class. I have some talents here, so I think the talents will be static, so they'll be the same for every playthrough. But as for the abilities, like the roguelike part of the game, I'm thinking every few levels, I don't know what the cadence will be yet, but every few levels you'll get to pick between like maybe 3 randomly chosen buildings or something, or not buildings, abilities. And then you'll start to build out your kit. Like you'll start to build out your character, and when you die you'll start over at level 1. And so the next time you go through, I'm hoping to have enough abilities to where every playthrough you'll have a different build, right? And you'll just kind of have to roll with the punches of whatever the RNG gives you, right? And you'll have to pick talents that complement the abilities that you've gotten. I'm thinking I'm gonna have some like really cool like class level quests, some larger some larger scale quests that potentially involve going to multiple zones, and then that'll unlock potentially more abilities that'll be in that pool of abilities to pick from your next run. So I think that'll be really cool. You plan on something along the lines of Dwarf Fortress meets RimWorld Colony Simulation? I guess so, maybe. I'll have to sleep. Catch you later. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Imaginary Villain, and thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good sleep. Good night, my friend. Yeah, it's it'll have some survival light elements. I have tree chopping, which is like a survival. It is dynamic tree chopping, so wherever the axe connects with the tree is where it chops. And then I got 7 wood for that, which is commensurate to the volume of the tree trunk. Tree trunk. And if I could continue chopping this, and eventually this will work better to where my animation doesn't suck. And like the like the tree's gonna have like a health amount, and then like the amount of damage you do to it is gonna be like how far you chop into it, right? And then I'll want the oh my god, I just fucking punted that thing. But eventually they'll deal damage to you whenever it falls, you know, and then we'll have the tree dominoes a la Valheim. Definitely going to steal that idea. That was a great fun logging experience in Valheim. And then that'll impact like the building system and stuff like that. You know, with the getting the wood, you can send colonists out to go chop wood, etc., etc. Mushroom. See if I can find a colonist. I see one out there. He doesn't have a name. Shit, okay. And I'm also going for large-scale world simulation. Like, actually running it. So I wrote my own ECS system, which is just a type of framework that allows you to very efficiently run thousands and thousands of NPCs. Let's see how many I have running right now, actually. How many I have running right now. Okay. We have about 1,300 right now. We have 1,300 entities walking around and stuff. And I wrote the system to run almost entirely on the background thread. And so hopefully it'll be very, very efficient. And I wanted that because, you know, you might build a colony like right here, and then you might run all the way over here. Like I'm only showing like right now about this big of a radius around the player. So the world is very big. And when you're not around your colony, I still want your guys to be able to go around and chop trees and stuff like that. And, you know, if there's any dangers in the woods while they're chopping, they will get attacked. You know, they'll get attacked by the wolves and the bandits and stuff like that. So that's what I wanted to go for. And same with any NPC ran colonies as well. I want there to be different factions and relations in the game and stuff like that. I can't find any colonists. I cannot find any colonists. Yeah, this terrain looks wonderful, I know. Oh dear. Let's try a new seed. Wow, you really gonna do me like that, Unreal Engine? What even is this one? Okay, we'll just rebuild because it's not even loading the debug. Debug information. But yeah, RimWorld is a big inspiration of mine for the Colony Sim side of things. So all your colonists will have skill levels for like, you know, construction, cooking, planting, you know, that kind of stuff. We'll definitely do a little bit of my own skills, right? Like for instance, I do want like kind of a Holy Trinity type vibe to it as well, like tank, healer, DPS, potentially support, we'll see. But it'll be difficult for me to make healing and the medical, like if you picture medical in RimWorld, how would you combine that with healing, you know, like a heal ability? So that'll be an interesting difference there, I think. Okay, and so this is all ocean, this seed. It's a bad seed. I should really fix that. I say that every day. Maybe that's the next thing I'll work on, because that actually shouldn't be too hard to fix. That shouldn't actually be too hard to fix. Yeah. And honestly, once I do, all these seeds are going to change. Okay, so I'm going to spawn... Oh, I'm going to spawn in a cave. So... Yeah. Yeah, I'm really hoping for maximum replayability here with the procedural terrain and the roguelite aspects. I'm really hoping that you can play like over and over again, and like the different factions and stuff like that. I'm really hoping that can happen, and you won't feel like after you've played one class you just can't play it ever again, you know. Yeah, this is kind of a bad seed just because I can't go anywhere. Eventually I'll have ore and monsters spawn down here in the caves. Nothing super interesting yet, though. You know, maybe some gobos. Maybe some gobos down there. Maybe you'll find some dwarves. Who knows? We got a nice red zone there. Let's try another seed. 456, 457. We're just going up the ladder here. Okay, this is a this is a massive zone. It's all a flat zone. That is a big zone. Yeah, eventually I'll be spawning points of interest throughout the zone, both like things just placed on top of the terrain, as well as like terrain features and landmarks as well. Yeah, that's a pretty boring seed. That's a pretty boring seed. But we got some nice, you know, sweeping plainsy hills here. $4.58. Happy Rosenrot, welcome in. Good morning. And this is all ocean as well. 459. Hello, sir. 459. Okay, so we got a darker green texture. We got a red zone there too. So this is slightly more interesting. I'm still not getting the good terrain noise. I think this is my default terrain noise, which is why the flat one is like that. Maybe I can change the noise parameters here. Let me see. Let's stop that. Let me see if I can remember where I even put that. Biome defs? It might be the biome defs. Let me look at one of these here. Seem to be using ALS. Very nice. Yes, I do. Love some live game dev. Hell yeah. Well, welcome in. I am using ALS. Yeah. I am no animation expert, so I need all the help I can get. Those are mob spawns, terrain materials, terrain noise data. Okay, so where is this at? Default. Okay. And test. What is test? I don't know what test is, actually. Shit. Okay, default. Let me get all these lined up here. So here's like the noise parameters and stuff that I have access to. I don't actually know what test is. Test is very large. Oh, but the height multiplier on giant lakes and hills is quite high. Default. It would be really nice if I could visualize, if I had like a visualizer component on here, which is something I may need to do before I can play around with this again. The noise scale is so big. It is 10,000. It is 10,000. But I suppose the meadows biome def, like there's only certain noises that can happen in each one. So that's I need to like that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother thing. Okay, seed at 460. Completely flat. I'm using a GitHub version of game animation sample with ALS style animation overlay system. Nice. How's that going for you? $461. Okay. A little bit more interesting, I say, as it does a completely same zone for the entire area. Yeah, so I need to blend my textures, but the terrain is blended. The terrain is blended. Oh, nice. We got a big, tall mountain there. Is that direction? I think that's that direction. But the forest is so hard to see things in. Yeah, we can see the mountain up there. Gonna run over there and get that generated a little bit. Nice little crater there. Poor guy, stuck down there. Oh shit, no, no, I didn't want to fall down here. Okay, I think I can get up though. Is that Dr. Manhattan? I don't know who that is. Oh my god, really? And it's like, okay, there we go, we got it. I was gonna say, this might actually be too steep to get up. Come on, you can do it, you can do it. Come on, come on. Come on, you can do it, you can get up there. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try to build my way out of this. Oh my god, and of course I can't. Oh, I've forgotten. Okay. I forgot all 4 points need to be on the ground, so I can't even build out of this. Okay. Okay, what we're gonna do is teleport out. Okay. What's going on? There are some great tutorials on how to use the overlays. Also love your procedural environment. Thank you. I'm trying out procedural dungeons with C++. Ah, yeah, something I want to do eventually as well. Let's take a look at this big-ass mountain here. Yeah, so this entire zone, the altitude modifier is quite high. I'm just imagining like a procedural iron forge popping out of this mountain. I think that'd be really cool. How long have I been learning Unreal? Over 2.5 years now. Oh, and there's a nice big cave here in the mountain. Yeah, I really love the way the 3D noise cuts up the mountains and stuff. Yeah, it's a shame not all the underground chunks are generated at the moment. Otherwise, that would look a bit cooler. But look at this guy. Just chilling in there. Just chilling. Yeah, this is nice. It's nice. Nice. Let's see if I can actually teleport myself into that zone somewhere. There we go. Now I'm in the mountainous zone. So it's almost like a nice like highlands type area. How do you generate this? Do you use octrees? No, just terrain chunks. Just chunk it out. There's a chunk. There's a chunk. Everywhere's a chunk. I have 3 different compute shaders that run. I have a height map compute shader, a 3D noise compute shader, and then a custom marching cubes compute shader that stitches them together. You plan on making procedural history, or do you just want infinite worlds that generate on the fly? Yeah, it's not going to be infinite. I do have them like, this is the world map right here, and so each zone has like a name to it. Like I'm in the Hunter's Forest of Prey, apparently. And then the zone I was in was called Deadwind Steppes. We're also next to the Land of the Dragons, the Shrine of Devotion, Church of Faith. These are kind of bad zone names. Basilisk's Gaze, Whispervale Tundra. But I did this because I wanted each zone to tell a story and to have its own kind of lore and vibe and stuff. So yeah, I do want you know, I don't know if I'd call it procedural history, but yeah, I do want some lore for each zone and some. I want it to be grounded in the world, and the name definitely affects that. Your GPU must be really strong. It's just a 3080 Ti, so what's that? That's like fucking mid-range now, right? So yeah, how many entities are we up to now? Oh boy. Let's see. Over 2,000. Yeah. 2,000 entities spawned into the world and running around with my entity system. Yeah, I really like this terrain noise. I think it's really interesting. You have this like kind of nice valley, but it's like still like we're like way higher than the rest of the zones around it, which is cool. Yeah, I'll need to do a little bit of... I think I'll need to do a little bit of editing on the terrain entrance chunks. Because I don't think this zone is just so much higher. The altitude modifier is so much higher than the zones around it that I don't even think... Well, I guess right there could work. But the zone entrance chunks to this kind of a zone are... they're not going to be able to actually lead up into the zone in a lot of places. I wonder if I should... On a zone like this, I wonder if I should just not do any border mountains. And just blend. I wonder what that would look like. You said you use dynamic mesh to create the actual meshes. Can you go into detail about that? The dynamic mesh part isn't that complicated. I just take the output from my marching cubes shader, which is just an array of indices and vertices, you know, like the triangle data. And yeah, I just put that into the mesh. Pretty much everything happens, everything except for the player collision happens outside of the mesh. Like, the player has collision on it, the mesh has collision on it, but the entities, none of these have collision on them. And I wrote my own kind of collision system for it so that, you know, like out here, everything is still spawned, and I still have a nav mesh. That's the shaded part that we're looking at. So that's actually, that's just me saving the index and vertex buffers and then exporting them to the nav mesh as custom nav data. So the meshes aren't actually here anymore. They're deleted. Or it's not just invisible, they're actually gone. But I still keep that vertex and index data to be able to save memory and have the whole world running at a time, right? So there are entities out here. You can't see them, they're not rendered, but they are moving around on this nav mesh on the background thread. Somewhere. I don't know where they are. Somewhere. And then the way PCG spawns is by using that same data, index and vertex buffers. Dr. Elliott, welcome in. Good morning, my dude. Create zip lines. Probably no zip lines in my game. Probably no zip lines. But yeah, I take the index and vertex buffer data and I store it in like a spatial data structure, a bounding volume hierarchy, and then that allows me to efficiently line trace through it, right? Because if you don't do that, you have to iterate over every single triangle and check for a line segment on every single one. And like that's a lot, right? So if I like turn on the collision here, we'll start to see the it'll take a second, but here's all the triangles. It might be kind of difficult to see, but there's all the triangle data. Oh yeah, it's so laggy. It is so laggy. There we go. There's all the triangles. So this is the data I save. And when you store it in a bounding volume hierarchy, it basically just means that you don't have to iterate over every single one. It kind of puts them into a spatial area, so you only need to iterate over some subset of it. And so that's why I do that, and then I can do line traces on the background threads to create like my gravity and velocity processors, which keep them on the ground and then also move them around based on their pathfinding, which again also happens on the background thread. These guys are for the most part running on the background thread. And then they're actually instant static meshes. They're vertex animated at this point. They're a little jagged. They're a little jittery when they're walking up hills. So something I need to go back and fix. Oh, he's hungry, so he's running. They're trying to find... They start running around. Oh, he found some mushrooms. Okay, they were hungry. They found some mushrooms. Uh-oh. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. Oh, damn. Oh, there's like a shelf here. Sorry, I fell. Oh, he died with a fireball in his hand, so that's just gonna stick around forever. We're getting quite laggy now, actually. We're starting to get a little laggy. But the zone looks sick. I'm only using 21 gigs of memory, so we're about ready to ship. How did you combat Marching Cube's edge cracks? What do you mean by edge cracks? Oh, they just got finished eating. Did you guys find some food too? Nice. Yeah, what's lagging so bad here? Curious. It's probably just the GPU, right? The draw calls. Oh, my computer does not like this. Oh, it's Slate. Slate is taking up 40 milliseconds on my game thread. Okay, what are the chances I can open up my output log and then clear it? What are the chances? We're gonna be here for a minute, guys. Minimize the editor. Oh, does that clear it? Well, we're already stuck here. I'll have to do that next time. Slate is your UI, right? Yeah, it's the editor, mainly the editor UI, mainly the editor UI. When you create lots for your marching cubes, the edges of chunks don't like to line up. So I mean, that's just an issue with any. That's not necessarily marching cubes. That's just an issue with LODing your chunks. So I mean, even if you're just doing a height map, you would still have that issue. But I don't do anything about that now because, oh, nice. We minimized. Clear all, clear log. Oh, there's a lot of someone's falling. Someone has fallen through the world. Okay, what we'll do here, we'll go F11. There we go. Still a little laggy. But yeah, I just generate all the same LOD because, and I think I may have to do that because I want my, if I generate at different LODs, that means the navigation is going to be different. And same with my collision traces for my entities walking along the ground. If there are different LODs, it's going to be different. And I don't know if I'll be able to do that. I don't know that it's worth it for me to do different LODs, basically. But what you can do about that is you can essentially stitch them together with the outer ring being your highest LOD, right? Or whatever. You can do it a lot of different ways, but essentially you need to generate like an extra ring of vertices around the edge to know, which is like the next chunks verts, to know like where they are. You know what I mean? So if you do that on the two chunks that are different LODs and you have a ring around the outside that is the same LOD, then that's how you can stitch them together without having any seams, if that makes sense. Okay, we're coming up. Let me see if I can get up here. Is there a way up here? Nice little vantage point. God, y'all are just eating all the mushrooms, aren't you? I don't think so. So we'll have to just keep chugging along. It is getting so laggy. I think there's some entities that are falling through the ground right now and trying to trace for chunks that don't exist. So the editor is just logging a lot of stuff. Okay, and see, here's a new zone. And so here's what I mean when you cross the threshold of one zone into the other, it creates this really nice like Vista type experience where you're like, whoa, look at the new zone over there. It's different. Game's looking pretty sweet. What's it about? So it's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain and AI generated quests. So very sandboxy type game. But I'm picturing something like vanilla WoW, classes and combat, plus rim worlds, depth of Colony Sim, plus like a Hades roguelite almost. And it'll be like a longer form roguelite. Is something I want to experiment with instead of a roguelite that has like a 30-minute to an hour long run. I want to do like dozens of hours for a run, potentially, depending on how far you get, right? And then you start over at level 1. You level up just like you would in WoW. I think in every few levels you'll get a number. I'm thinking like 3 random chosen abilities to pick from for your level, and then you'll have to like kind of build out your ability kit, and you'll have to pick talents that complement that, so you can progress through the world and go through all of these different zones here. The farther out from the center you get, the higher level everything will be. Oh god, I accidentally clicked, which teleports me. Okay. Oh, and I fell. Okay, well that's the end of that. I'm just gonna continuously fall through the ground. Cool. And I guess the underground will generate forever around me. But yeah, there's the amount of the world that I generated so far. Pretty interesting concept, especially the long roguelike play session. Yeah, I thought so too, and I got that idea from playing hardcore WoW back when the community version, back before they were they actually had official WoW hardcore servers. But when I was playing, I was like, wow, this is just like a long roguelike, basically. You plan on making the world persistent through death? Yeah, that'll be the idea. Keeping the colonies you make for you to come back with a new character. Yeah, exactly. But I think I'll do a small time skip. So your colonies might get attacked, might get raided while you're gone. So you'll want to make sure you set them up to be defended pretty well, And you might come back and some of your colonists might be dead. Some shit'll happen when you die, after you die. Some static amount of time. And then, or maybe, your colony was well defended, and now you just have a bunch of extra resources that you can use now. Maybe you had a really good blacksmith colonist that can make you better gear than you would have had last time, So that can be kind of a form of meta progression as well, is how well you build up that colony. But yeah, I'm going to close this. I'm actually going to restart the editor as well. Well, it crashed anyway. What is this from? Yeah, this happens. This happens, doesn't it? And this is get component from object impl. Yeah. Let's just throw like an if. Oh, I can't even. We'll just do that. Return null pointer there. How's the dev going? It's going well. We should get back to work though. I've just been playing around. Honestly, that time skip would be such a dope feature. It would create a great world building. Yeah, I think it would. And I want like NPC ran colonies as well, and like faction relations and stuff. So there could potentially be some things that happen there. I want you to really like know who the leaders of the other colonies are, and like have to understand their personalities and like what type of like I want like different like culture and governing types as well in your colony. So you'll kind of there'll be some relation there to like the leader. You might have like a really authoritarian colony or something, and a leader who's very aggressive, but you'll need to learn things about them, like what they like, what they don't like, what their initiatives are, like what are they trying to go for, I'll take some inspiration from Civilization in that regard whenever I get there for like potentially some espionage. That's pretty far down the road, though. Pretty far down the road. All right, welcome in. Good morning. What I'm working on today, though, is this storage settings list here. So You are coding in Java. No, not at all. Guess again. But I'm working on this storage settings UI here. And this is for, the player can create areas in the world. And this is so that they can tell colonists, like, where's my hump at? Okay, let's go to the hump. We're going back to the hump. Okay. You can build this like an area. And it wraps around the terrain. And this is how you can say, like, hey, I want you to go chop trees in this area. I want you to go forage in this area, right? Or I want you to store things in this area. And so when you store things, I need to create like an item hierarchy through my database. And so I want the player to like come. What the frick, man? Where did my checkbox ability go? What? I was just working. Oh, because it refreshes it. Ah. Oh my god, and it has to blink when it does that. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, I hate this. I hate this component so much. I'm coding in C++. This is Unreal Engine, so it's in C++. But yeah, so I'm working on this UI here. And this is all for setting up my hauling task. I've gotten construction working. I have foraging working. I am making it in Unreal Engine, yes. And the colonist needs to understand what to haul and where. And I will have different containers like chests and stuff as well. But I also need just these little storage areas that they can just set stuff down in before you can actually make that. And the colonists each have their own inventories. So they need to understand also what they should keep in their inventory and what they should haul to the colony storage from their inventory. So I'll use another one of these widgets here to specify what you want in the colonists to like hang on to in their inventory, right? You may want each of your colonists to have a couple potions on them, like a couple health potions or something. You know what I mean? You may want them to have like some tools, you know, a pickaxe, you know, a shovel, I don't know, some stuff like that. I think it would be good to have a floating camera for the colony management. Yeah, there'll be a lot of considerations to make. A lot of design considerations for integrating a third-person RPG and a colony sim together. Yeah, and one of those may be, you know, the colony management. There's a big impact there. So yeah, some things will need to be changed from your typical colony sim game where you have a top-down perspective. So yeah, let's figure out what I'm doing here. Let me see. Is it in area panel that it refreshed? No, it had to have been in storage settings somewhere, right? Yeah, right here. So it regenerates all entries. Can you make an enemy? Yeah, I have a whole system for that. BRB, one sec, guys. Can you make an enemy? Then make it. What do you think I'm here for? To please you? That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to write code and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Okay, so regenerating all entries, I think probably will work, but it definitely seems to make them flicker on the screen, which I don't like. It's what we have to do for now, though. Bruh, don't bruh me, bruh you. We're being quite demanding, if I do say so. Let me think here. So we regenerate all entries, and then we get to, what is it? It's this one. We get here. Init entry. Oh yeah, I unwired the selected, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, so here's where we are. Let's open up this guy. I am not gonna do selected anymore. No. Children, yeah, so we can compile that, refresh, that's good. I do want allowed storage settings though. Gameplay tag. Here we go. Wait, I can't do a set? Wait, what? Why can't I do a set? Huh? Oh, it's a gameplay tag. I chose the wrong one. There we go. Mark, what do you think this is? Where do you think you're at right now? And I mean in life in general. Okay, let's make that expose on spawn instance editable. Yeah. Okay, refresh this guy. Refresh, plug that in. Wonderful. Make an enemy that has a... Bro, how old are you? Are you like 12 years old? I think you're probably 12. If you're older than 12, I'm surprised. I am, contrary to popular belief, I am not just here to do what you say. That's not what people are on the earth for. Other people are their own people with their own wants and desires, opinions, initiatives. I'm 13. Yeah, surprised. I'm shocked. I am shocked. You sound younger, I'll be honest. You don't ask Dev. You don't ask devs for things to Dev. He's not even asking. That's the thing. He's just commanding. He's being very entitled, which is what makes him sound like a child. Okay, so we wired those up. Now let's make sure that when we init entry, we're going to use those instead of selected. So get allowed storage settings. I'm live Bangladesh. You don't say. Okay, allowed storage settings. We need to check if it contains the current tag. So it'll be checked if that's the case. Now we also need to check like the parent, I think. Do I need to add the parent as... Do I need to add the parent item itself? I want to clean this up just a hot bit here. It's actually, can I reorder these? Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I think I need the parent tag so I can walk up the tree to determine if this one should be selected or not, right? And then I check if the parent tag is in there. The parent tag. And I guess I'll need to pass that in here. Make it better now. Oh. You just don't get it, do you? Just don't get it. Excuse me. Yeah, so I guess I would pass in here to build children. And then if the tag is none, then it's like the rootmost. It's the rootmost one. Okay. Let's do this. Parent tag. Which will be a gameplay tag. Parent tag. Yeah, and I guess I throw that in here too. Please make an enemy. Buddy, what? I am not here to do what you say. That is not what this is. I am here to work on my game. That's what I'm here for. If you want to hang out and watch that, you're welcome to. That's what everyone else is doing. If you want to ask me questions about the game, you can do so. I am not here to just do what you want, nor is anyone in the world, which I think it may be an assumption that you have based on the way that you talk. Good evening, bro. Good evening, private account. Parent tag. Okay. And so the, well, do I want to add the parent tag or the, or the parent entry? Because if I had the parent, or the parent item, if I had the item object, I could walk up and it just get, I could walk up better. Or I could just write a function that finds it from the allowed types in the item hierarchy. Thanks for leaving your VODs on YouTube. I'm getting back into making failed projects. I think I'm going to use them as background noise. Hell yeah. I'm happy. I mean, I am happy to be the best background noise possible. Add a fish. Bro, dude, you don't fucking... Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like, I'm not doing any of that shit for you. I can't just add a fish. Like, you can't just do that. You can keep trying to command me to do things. It is not going to happen. Fine, can you add a lizard instead? Y'all aren't teaching him well. You know, we need to frogs win. I'm gonna ban all of you. You're all gonna get banned. Don't say I won't, because I fucking will. Yeah, so I can get the item hierarchy, and so I can figure out the parent tag. Well, no, I should have the parent tags as a part of the tag. I'm dumb. Then what? Bro. Then what? You sit and you watch and you hang out. That's what you do. That's what you do in live streams. You don't just make demands to the live streamer. See, Mart, you're getting us all in trouble. Yeah, you're all gonna get in trouble because Mart doesn't understand social cues. Because he is allegedly 13 years old. Does not act like it, though. This would just go way more easier if there was a lizard. I mean, just say, yeah, lizards do tend to make things easier. What did I join? You joined us trying to teach a 13-year-old to have manners and understand social cues. What do I do now? You sit and you reflect upon what you've done. That's what you do now. You slow down in life. You get off YouTube Shorts, probably. It's not good for your brain. It is not good for your brain, all this instant dopamine, rush brain rot that you're injecting yourself. You need to go outside. You need to play around like 13-year-olds do. I think English is not his first language. Oh no, it's not. That doesn't mean he can make demands of me. And even after I've told him. Am I drawing a Mitzi's brain rot? Yeah. Too much attention to a troll. It is somewhat entertaining to me. That's why I've given it so much attention. It's entertaining how he just keeps coming back. Go ask ChatGPT. Yeah, go ask ChatGPT what you should do now. Okay, go ask ChatGPT what's wrong with me. A streamer told me I have brain rot and ligma. What do I do? You need to go outside and make some friends, buddy. That's my suggestion. Anyways, back to working on things. Allowed storage settings. Contains, so I think I need a function for like, we're gonna write a C++ function for this. It'll be a lot easier. Helps boost that engagement. Yeah, I mean, hey, the Twitch chat popped off when I started correcting the YouTube Shorts chatter. Okay, this will probably go in, where do I want this? I guess if I'm gonna get the item hierarchy, it should just be in the project game mode. ChatGPT help, I caught the ligma, yeah. I really want to put this in a different place too, like this is not its final location. Static bool is, what am I calling this? Is what? Is tag allowed? Is, I'll say item tag allowed. And that is going to take in an F gameplay tag, item tag. I will need a world context object, yeah. So world context object, item tag, and then I'll need the tset of F gameplay tag allowed tags. I don't need that to be a ref. It can be const ref, that's fine. Hello? There we go. What programming language is it? C++. Unreal Engine C++. Okay, so let's get the game mode. I'm just gonna copy pasta that. Is this your full-time job? Are you streaming 5 hours a day and then going to work after? The latter, yeah. Well, more so like 3 to 4 hours, but yeah. I stream in the morning, then go to work after, basically. I'm a software engineer. Game mode. So if we have the game mode, I can get the item hierarchy. And then I guess I just need to... Do I need to get the item hierarchy actually? Or can I just search for a match? Let me think here. I wonder if I should be using a gameplay tag container, because then I could use the like has any or whatever. If this was an F gameplay tag container, allowed tags. Let me think here. Get rid of that actually. As tag fast. What is has tag fast? Alternative tag to check is present in this container. Also checking against parent tags. A.1 as tag A will return true. A.hashtag A.1 will return false. If tag to check is not valid, it will always return false. I want this to return true. So if there's not a function for that, I have to write it myself, basically. There is that query. is all. Get gameplay tag parents returns a new container explicitly containing the tags of this container and all of their parent tags. I mean, I guess I could do that and then do hashtag, although is this we're tagging parent tag. The rest got copied over already. I suppose getting gameplay tag parents and then doing a has tag would work. Although, what's the tag query? Maybe this is a more straightforward way to do it. How do I define the query? Build query. There's so many types. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think just doing the get parent would be a little easier here. Allowed tags, get gameplay tag parents, has tag, item tag. I think that's it. I think that's it, which I don't know. Is this I don't think this was yeah, it's not blueprintable. So add procedural generation. This is going to blow your fucking mind, buddy. This is going to blow your mind. I already have that. That is the whole, that is like the whole, that's like the big part of what I do. And you keep making demands of me after I've told you I'm not going to do it. You just happen to say one that I've already done. Is item tag allowed? Why are you mad? Huh? Item tag container. Oh, I didn't change the yeah, so we should maybe store. You could have hit play and blew his mind. Oh yeah, we don't need that templated. I don't know why I thought. So we should probably also change that here. I don't know why I thought a T set of gameplay tag would be what I want. And then how do I like add and remove from here? Let me see if I can do that easily. Add tag, remove tag. Defer parent tags. Skip calling fill parent tags for performance. If it what is fill? Fill parent tags. I think I do want to fill parent tags. We need that. Add leaf tag. Add tag to the container removes any direct parents. Won't add if child already exists. Okay, I think this is fine. I'm gonna need to refactor some things, but let's rebuild. Let's rebuild. Oh, I really want another cup of coffee, but I've had too much coffee this week. Can I develop with you? Don't know that I'm ready for that yet. Appreciate the offer though. I do iced coffee, turning cog. I know that's gonna blow your mind. I do iced coffee. And it's looking quite sad at the moment. Crime, yeah. Dude, it's like 95 degrees outside where I'm at, so it's iced coffee season, boy. Okay, we have built. There's your procedural generation. Look at it. Iced coffee is the way to go. Yeah, I find it just like, because I have an espresso machine, so I'd have to steam the milk every time, which is a pain in the ass, actually. What programming language? Already answered that. C++. You were here for that answer. Unreal Engine C++. Mart is just, he's just lost in life. He's just lost in life. Okay, so allowed storage settings. Now is going to be a gameplay tag container. Change variable type. File, refresh all. Oh dear. Add tag. Wait a second. No, I can't do it with the parents actually. I have to explicitly add. No way. Yeah. That was C++ you were looking at. Yeah, I can't actually just add I have to add all, I have to explicitly. You really have people believing my project is the next big thing, GG. I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting in here. Tag. Yeah, I need to actually think. This is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. Gameplay tag container. Yeah, change it. Yes, that's fine. File, refresh all nodes. Gameplay tag container. I don't know why I didn't think about that before. Loud storage settings. Oh. Refresh this. Thanks for the laughs, YouTube. Yeah, it's gonna just how you have to just accept that it's gonna be like that, you know. Where was my settings item? Okay, so gameplay tag container. Refresh. Okay. Are we good now? Okay. Can you use Python before? I have used many languages, Python included. Okay, Mart, are you ready for your mind to get blown? We'll try a new seed. Are you ready, Mart? You better sit down. You wanted procedural generation. There you go. There you go. Kind of a boring seed. Well, it's just YouTube shorts. I'm sure the YouTube chatters and viewers that stick around on the horizontal stream are higher quality than the YouTube shorts. What was the game media that influenced you the most? A combination of like World of Warcraft, RimWorld, and Legend of Zelda, I would say. It's kind of a bad seed. Let's do a new one. But yeah, the YouTube Shorts algorithm. Oh, this is a nice seed. Okay, you wanted procedural generation. Here you fucking go. There you go. Look at that. Hey, Mart, I'll accept any praise that you have for me, Mart. I just did procedural generation for you. Like that. I didn't have it before. You told me to do it. Now I do. What do you use Python for? God damn it, Mart. Mart! Stick with me! What are we gonna do with you? I feel like you're like the channel mascot now. You're like the YouTube mascot, I think. I think you are the embodiment of, I think you're the embodiment of the younger generation and YouTube. Of the shorts culture. Thank you. Jesus fuck. I don't actually know that Mart hears what I'm saying to him. I don't think he actually, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, he hears the words that I'm saying. I don't think they go in one ear, they bounce around in there for a little bit. It probably feels kind of fuzzy, then they go out the other side. And then he's just like, that thought's gone. That's not gonna influence anything that I think of next or say next. I'm just gonna do what I think and say next. Question, do you have procedural generated lizard? Drizzt it. God damn it. You wanted enemies too. Look, there's enemies. There's enemies all over the place now. This one has a club. That one has a club. Look at that. Or no, those are axes. Let me find one with a club. Sorry, I lied about the club. There you go. That's a friendly with a club. There's a guy with a club. Enemy with the club. I will kill the enemy for you, Mart. Is this what you wanted? For procedural generation. What? Mart. Oh, man. Enemy lizards again. Yes. Okay, I'll put some fucking lizards in the game. I'll put some fucking lizards in the game. Oh yeah, I found you through YouTube Shorts. Yeah, I think YouTube Shorts is a great way for like get some exposure and stuff. But like, so you stuck around from YouTube Shorts. That's the difference. I'm never gonna see Mart again after today. Crafted Terrains, welcome in. I'm well. We're battling YouTube chat right now. We're battling YouTube Shorts chat. Give the kid some credit. He's 13 and kinda knows 2 languages. He knows the word for 2 languages. He doesn't know how to talk though. That's the worrying part. He does not understand how to have a conversation with someone. Thank you for everything I want. Okay, see, there you go. You're welcome, Mart. Thank you for everything I want. I'm battling CPP and gameplay abilities. Hey, I've been there. I have been there. Don't you dare bring up cowboys in this chat. Don't you dare. Whoa. Kind of game are you making? I'm doing an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. That's the kind of game. Yay. Alright, Mart. Oh, Mart. What are we gonna do with you? I love you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I feel like when the opposite end of a person in a relationship where the other person says I love you too soon, you're just like, oh, thank you. That's what I feel like right now. And lizards. The game has, yes, the game will have lizards. Okay, I've procrastinated enough. I have procrastinated enough, I think. I know for Minecraft. Very good, Mart. Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, I need to get back to work, though, so that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Back to the test level. Back to the boring test level. She died from petting a frog. That's pretty funny. That's a pretty funny way to die. Okay, let me think a little bit more critically about the storage settings of the area building. Seriously good caves, thank you. Yeah, I worked quite hard on those. I think they could be better. I think I need to have a little bit better noise, but they're pretty good for now. Good enough for now. But I think I need to have each specific tag in... Yeah, I think I need to add all of the children. I need to enumerate all of the children tags and add those. I think I need each specific tag because you could have an indeterminate state parent tag where like not all of the children are selected. Okay, so I think when one gets selected, Okay, I think that function I wrote is moot right now, actually. Right here. Call on settings changed. Right, so that's in here. Right? Right? Area panel. On storage settings change. Yeah, okay, so here we get the allowed storage settings. Area building data. Add tag or remove tag for just the tag. I think I need to actually pass through here. Because the entry item... The entry item has all the children on it already. So either I could write a function to just calculate all the children and stuff. Because I do have the item hierarchy just built out as well. I think I marked this up royally. It's my first time doing C++, mostly C# dev. Yeah, the gameplay ability system also isn't the most straightforward of systems to dive into with C++. I found a lot of things kind of annoying. Like, there's a lot of abstraction in that system. You got the spec, you got the handle, you got the instance, you know, when do you use which one, what functions are on which one, you know. Kind of frustrating when you first get into it. Is this the legendary visual scripting? Man, someone actually used it. Well, this is Unreal Engine, so yeah, a lot of people use it. A lot of people use it. I do prefer this, though. I do prefer this. And I guess I'm thinking about whether or not I want to just, like, calculate these on the fly. I mean, I guess if I have the item object, I could just do that and change all of these. But then I would need to import the item object into all these other ones. Documentation is always shite. Yeah, if you search Tranic, this is okay, thank you. Check out this guy, this GitHub repo. Tranic is the key term you'll want to look for there. This is some good documentation on the gameplay ability. This is what I use to get up to speed on it, so I'm gonna throw that in the chat there. So if you need that, there you go. Oh my god, that was 4 that was 4 messages. No, that was 5. Jesus Christ. Should I feel honored to be categorized with Mart? He is our channel mascot, yes, so I think you should be honored to be in his company. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's mainly, I looked at that mainly. So yeah, I think I just want to change this to outputting the item instead of just the tag. So let's do the storage settings item, which this should maybe just be like item hierarchy item. I'm just gonna call it item. No, call it storage settings item. So we output that there, and then I don't have the item. Shit. Can I just store the item on here? Rather than the tag and everything? Is this gonna be easier? I thought we were supposed to gatekeep our secrets. Yeah, you gotta join the Discord for that. I wonder if this is gonna work. I don't know why it wouldn't, but I've been surprised before. And then the tag. Get tag. Boom. Fine. Discord. I'm kidding. I don't have a Discord. I was memeing about it. I think that's good. Well, I don't. We may need to replace the tag, so I'm gonna leave that for now. Or else, because like I do just like get tag or whatever. Oh, and then on settings change. Let's actually change. Oh, we need to like refresh all, don't we? Refresh all nodes. Okay, there we go. Dr. Duran's just followed. Yes, that would be better. Thank you for the follow, my dude. Refresh node. Storage settings item. Call on settings change. So now I need to do it in this one. Which means I then need to do it here. You need to change, yet again, a storage settings item. Yes, yes. Get tag. But here's where I'm actually going to need to like, I think I'll need to enumerate all the children here, essentially. So this probably going to change. Yeah, that's probably going to change. Okay, so I think the only thing, I don't know that I use tag now anymore. Let me find references here and make sure I don't. Just set so far. Okay. And for depth. Just set. Okay, so I can delete both of those now. Wonderful. I hope. Oh god, how I hope this doesn't bite me in the ass. Okay, let's just make sure that that works relatively well. Okay. What is happening? Okay, that's probably just due to me not having it working. Okay. So we have the storage settings item now. Whenever the storage settings change, I know whether or not it got selected or unselected. I have the storage settings item. So now I need to walk through, I need to do like a recursive loop through all the children and then add them or remove them. Which feels like a job for C++. I think maybe instead of this. I think instead of this. I need to add the leaf, all of the leafies. But it's a blueprint class, so I can't even do it in here. Do I need to use C++? It's gonna be ugly if I don't. It's gonna be really ugly if I don't. So, and I think I need a function, a recursive function. So we'll need to add leaves, add leaves to or maybe I should just say get leaves. What system are you using to get that graph? This is built into Unreal Engine. They're called blueprints. Get leaves. We're just gonna call get leaves. And we're going to output tags. Gameplay tag. Leaf tags. You are going to be a set. I need a local variable. Leaf tags, which I can't name it. Can I get leaf tags here? No, okay. Local leaf tags. Okay. So get this. Get leaves. I need to input. I guess I need this to be an input by ref. Can you do that? Can you do that? Can you use Unreal Engine for browser games? I'm not sure. I have no idea if that's built into Unreal Engine or not. Are these passed by ref? Are these passed by ref? Well, I actually need this to be settings, storage settings item. Yeah, in. Call that in items. It can be an array. Fuck it. It can be an array. For each one of these, get children. I will need that, and I will get tag. Well, it's really like if this is if it has no children, if empty is empty. So here's the recursive part. If it is empty, then we can add all of these, add the current tag. I have no idea if is this possible in blueprints, passing by ref? If I were to get out tags here, add this tag. Does that actually does that actually output? Is there a ref? Oh, I see. Ask by reference. Yes, please. I want to wait to change the little icon. Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you, Kuro. The noodles are getting cooked. Using Unreal Gas? I am. And then we pass the children. I think Mart is today's hero, sorry. Our favorite blueprint scripter. Yep, that's me. You know how much I always talk about how much I love blueprints. Let me see here. Welcome in, Yamio. And Kuro as well. Can I just call this and then like it just won't output anything? If it's empty, well, if it's empty, it should. If this is empty, add this tag. No, this is what should happen. Add the tag. Okay, so we're gonna go through the items. If the children's is empty. If the children's is empty, we add it to out tags, which is passed by reference. Do I need this to return leaf tags? Because no, it'll just be added to the out tags. So I don't actually need the return value there, I don't think. What IDE do I use? Writer. JetBrains writer. Does this just work? Oh, let's get leaf tags. Taggies. Can I get now? Loud storage settings. So now it's just a set. So actually the out tags, again, a gameplay tag container, not a set. Gameplay tag container. Not a set. Add gameplay tag. Okay, refresh. It's really annoying that like it doesn't refresh automatically. Like why can't it figure out how to do that? Get children. Expose on spawn is nice. I remember when I figured that out. It changed. Oh, I had so many init methods before I figured that out. What are you making? I'm making a little item hierarchy thing. So essentially this widget, and these are all gameplay tags. Right, and so this is all the stuff in my item database essentially. So that's what I'm working on. Okay, so I think I can, if I get leaf tags, I just need to remove them all as well. Get leaf tags, and that's going to automatically add it. Well, let's do this. I'll call it process leaf tags, and then we're going to add a variable for whether they should get added or removed. Remove. That'll be false. We're passing the boolean by ref, which feels weird. Okay. Get remove. That's not right. Okay, does that work? Is that gonna work? Still need to do that either way. Honestly, now I just wire that up. Remove, if it's selected, it'll be not. Flip it. And we don't need that. Is that gonna work? So we have our original storage settings. And that should only contain leaf tags. And so whenever something gets selected, we're going to get the leafmost tags and add them all. Now, what if this doesn't have any children? That's the issue. Like, is empty. If this is empty, This is where we should do the add rather than at the end. Yeah. It's not empty. Look at that. If it do be empty, then we're gonna add the tag. But I don't have the tag. Okay, so we're just gonna pass in the item, actually. We're just gonna pass in the item. Okay, so if the in item is empty, true, that's where we would want to do this logic, I think. Get tag. There we go. Otherwise, and we don't even need to check if it's empty here. Wow, look how much easier that got. Okay. Okay. Oxy, please stop barking. Okay. Process leaf tags. Yeah, I think we're good now. Because then if storage settings item is a leaf tag itself, we go in here. Children is empty is true. Remove would be true. We remove the game tag. If not, it's false. Beautiful. Let me just get in here. Make the noodles a little bit smaller. Okay. Okay. So is that all wired up already? On storage settings changed. I guess let's just like fucking see what happens. Although I do need to like initial. Okay. I do need to initialize them. Let me think here. Storage settings, entry, init entry. Item tag, set check state. Oh, we're not setting the check state at all. Do I get allowed storage settings? I guess I could just make a little function. Or like is selected, because it should have all the information on it, right? Allowed storage settings. As tag, this tag. Has selected. Make it const pure. And I feel like it should be exact match actually, but I don't know that it'll make a difference. And so we'll just do is selected now. Beautiful. Okay. Now does that work? No, it does not. Okay, why are you not getting selected? Let me debug now. What are the chances I actually get a breakpoint here? Okay, nice. Tag name is weapon. Children is 7. Selected should be set to true. Now, when it let me look at when it regenerates the entries. So we call the on settings change. That should process everything. Oh, but it does. I wonder if it doesn't get reset. Because we don't, yeah, we don't pass in the allowed settings again. And then we regenerate all entries, which would call the, on get item or whatever. Parent tag is none. We should delete that. We're not going to use the parent tag. The allowed storage settings, which is just on, it's just on the storage settings. So I guess I need to like set that here now. Why can't I do a struct out? Just because it's a ref? Well, shit. Okay. Let me see if, I guess now let's check if the values are actually correct. Selected true. Yeah, I mean, that looks right. So we set the allowed storage settings on the storage settings UI object. We should call regenerate all entries, which will go into our BP on item get children. Oh, okay. It'll regenerate them, but it doesn't like actually, we don't actually init storage settings again. If I called that, would that be a problem? Would that like fuck everything up? Hey, hey, it did it. It does. That's kind of what I was worried about. It's kind of what I was worried about. It resets the state. Okay, how... It would be nice if those were just refs, so I wouldn't have to worry about, like, resetting them. Yeah, the expand collapse state resets, which is not ideal. Not ideal. Because I have to rebuild all of them. So I guess I could probably iterate through them and like set the... Can I get all of the... I like get all items or some shit? Yeah, because I would need to iterate through each one of them. Bro, why am I always clicking the wrong one here? Okay, so for each, this is nasty that I have to do this. I probably don't have to. There's probably a better way to do this, but this is what we're doing. And we need to cast to storage item. Set allowed. Storage settings. Yeah. I wonder if I should just get from parent. You know what I mean? I don't know if I can get the parent though from in here. Get from parent would be a bit easier. Like if I got outer, is there like a get outer? Is that, well... I can get parent. Oh, it's a panel widget object reference. Okay, that's not what I'm expecting. Get outer object. I could do it that way. I could just get the parent that I wouldn't have to worry about updating it. Maybe I'll try that next. We'll see if this works. Just don't want to have to reset the state. Oh no, what's happening? Is that directed at me? What is with this state here? I thought it was calculating them properly. Yeah. And so the hashtag, the is selected, if it's a parent, I think that would be included. Yeah, I think it would. I don't know that I get this breakpoint though. No, I don't. I'm gonna get a lot of those, aren't I? Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of those. Okay, we gotta just spam through this. I hate that it can't breakpoint on all of them very well. Okay, so back to the print strings. Oh god, I hate how long it takes to... Why don't they virtualize that list? Like, that's crazy, the log output. Init entry for weapon selected true. Everything else selected is false. Okay, so the is selected may not be returning correctly. Is allowed storage settings actually set on here? Because I go here first, I set the allowed storage settings on everything. Wait, let's make sure that actually gets hit. It does. It do. Oh, that's empty. Well, I guess that makes sense because I clicked. Now I hit it. It shouldn't. Yeah. So that is the right thing. That does have the right stuffs. I'm really mad that I can't just breakpoint in here. Because breakpointing here would be really nice. I could see exactly what I needed. As tag, get tag on the item. Selected was false for like all of them. Even though, but it was selected, weapon was selected though? Weapon.pickaxe.pickaxe. I kind of want to try to just get the allowed, like instead of having to forward the allowed storage settings, just grab them from the parents. But I guess that would have to happen on the widget. I don't know that the item has, the item object has any of that information. God, this tree view shit is so annoying. Why don't these have, I feel like these don't have the updated stuff. And I wish I could just breakpoint in here. I wish I could just breakpoint in here. But it doesn't let me because it's inside of like some virtual function or something. Let's go here again. Okay, so what item is this? Weapon. Okay. Wait, that was the that was the only wait. Is that the only one that returned? Oh. Well, that would explain it, wouldn't it? It only gets the direct ones. So I have to do it on all the children as well. Okay, we have to recursively do this. That's why. Okay, so I can either do that, or I can attempt to... Let's do this. Let's try this. Hit the tag. I'm gonna use that one instead. Just put you off to the side. Tag container then becomes, I'm going to get outer on self. Right, because when I construct these initially, the outer is the parent. What are you passing in as the list view object? That is BP storage settings item. Okay, so we're gonna get out our object and we're just gonna cast do storage settings. And then get allowed storage settings there. And then that way I don't have to like iterate through and like update it every time. Let's see if that works. So yeah, iterating through every single one. Okay, yeah, we can, those don't matter anymore. That does absolutely nothing now. That does absolutely nothing now. Storage settings. Storage settings. Access none trying to read. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't the right type. It's not a U class. Let me see, what type is this then? Outer type. Yeah, log that. I want to see what that is. So just gonna ignore that. Okay, you know what? Fine. Just delete it all. Delete it all. Okay, we're just trying to see what this outer type is. What is the outer? A widget tree. So it's the actual tree. So if I could get outer. Or I could maybe I should just pass in a let me just pass in a reference to the storage settings on the item. Why am I fucking around with all this? It's called storage settings widget, right? Delete this is, well, no, because we do this and then we would get allowed storage settings here. Use that instead of that. Go away. Delete that. Yes, I want to delete it. I'm sure. Positive. And then when I build them, refresh this. You're going to be angry. Well, we need to expose it. Expose yourself. Yes, good. Good. Refresh you again. Or setting widget, and then I'll just do get self. Although, God, I hope self is actually the right thing here. Because this is like one of those virtual function things again. Ooh, that's gonna be it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, this all goes away. And we can just delete this altogether, actually. Go back to the area panel, replace that, and then we can just set cloud storage settings. Don't need to do anything else. Are we good here? And then back into the entry here for determining if it's selected. We can just wire that back up, that back up. Don't care about what the outer type is anymore. Okay. He did it. Ladies and gentlemen, he still got it. Yeah, and that one's properly... Need to fix the UI. I can unselect that. Yeah, I mean, that actually works. It unselected the entire category, which is correct. That is correct. Food, fungal. So if I just click one... So now I need to work on the indeterminate state. Basically. Let me make sure that persisted. Yeah, that looks like it persisted. Now the rotating bits, the rotating arrows are not always correct. The rotating bits are not always correct. Okay, so we have whether it is selected, but then this really just becomes... Let's change this to a... This is going to become... Get check state. Get checkbox state. And you are going to return checkbox state, I believe. E checkbox state. Check state. And so I need to do an exact tag match first. If it has the exact tag. Or no, it's rather if it has all of the... Ooh, it's if it has all of the children or not, right? Yeah, so it's not the exact tag, man. Okay. I need to iterate through the children. Ooh, that's rough. I need to check if this is empty too, because we need to do something else. Branch or is empty. If this is empty, then we just do basically this. What we were previously doing, unchecked or checked. That goes there. Okay, otherwise we loop. Otherwise we loop. Gonna loop through the children. Okay. You can go away. Put you down there. Okay. Otherwise we're looping. Otherwise we are looping. And so loop body, I think I want to branch because we're gonna get tag and do the same thing, but with the child. And if this is ever false, then I can just do the early return. If this is ever false, return. I guess I need to know if any have been selected, though. That's the difference. Yeah, I have to loop through everything. This is the kind of code I hate writing in blueprints. It makes it so difficult to follow. I think I need like a couple booleans. I think I need a couple different booleans here. Oh, let's branch. It's really turning into spaghetti. I know it. We have all market is checked. I should probably just write a C++ function for this, but I'm kind of lazy right now. We have any. We return undetermined. Otherwise unchecked. Oh yeah. Why am I choosing blueprints here? Because it's all like UI related, and I've been in UI. I could have written a C++ function for that, and I probably should. Oh right, yeah. You're just gonna go right in there now, right there, Fred. That kind of a thing should probably be moved to C++. Yeah. Yeah. But see, I don't know why are these rotating? Do you guys see these? You see how these are all like rotating weirdly? And I'm only doing that on expansion changed. But it's like it's sending it to the wrong one. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, this is working. Yeah, that's pretty much working. UI needs some work. I usually just keep visuals and BP's. UI work is entirely C++ still. So every single function you write that interacts with a user widget is in C++. Because like, I mean, like all of the functions we're looking at are all on widgets. These are all functions that exist on widgets. I can't imagine writing C++ for all of these. That actually sounds like it way too much. But there's certain things in here that, like the loopy things. And so you like, how are you handling state then? How are you handling the state of the UI? Are you passing the state into like static functions that are in C++? The loopy things. Yeah, the loopier it is, the more C++-y it is. What's your problem? Get something compute return. I mean, God, you guys must be doing a lot of rebuilding the editor then. That sounds like kind of a hell workflow, to be honest. Like the number of times I would have to have rebuilt the editor if every single one of these functions that I created was in C++. This one probably should be, though. Just write it all in Slate, honestly. How is writing Slate UI code? Like, all I've done is copy some stuff from Lyra. So, I don't know. It doesn't look the most user-friendly, I'll say, to work with. Anyways, yeah, this is working. I just need the UI needs some work, for sure. The UI just needs some work. I need like padding in between the edge of the word. Of the text here. Padding right. Can we just give me like 20 padding? That'll do. That'll do. Then I do need it to scroll as well. High levels of sarcasm, I see. Okay, so it's not so great. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. So it just keeps growing. And also, it's not, the size is not sizing very well, is it? Size box. Width override. No, I just want a min desired width of 250, right? So it can grow a little bit if it needs to. And then the height, I think I do want to cap the height, but we're going to cap it on the area panel. Wait, how am I defining the size here? Ah, there's a size box here. That has a width and height, min desired height. Okay, so I think I kind of want to wrap the... I think I want to wrap this with a size box. And then this is where that height override will come in. 600. We're gonna height override at 600. There we go. And then is that gonna cause the scrolling to kick in? Mart, goodbye. I didn't know you were still here. Welcome back, Mart. No, it's just gonna overflow. Okay. What are my overflow settings here? Is it clipping? Yeah, clipping is the overflow settings. Clip 2 bounds. Is that how the scrolling kicks in? Oh no, it's not scrolling. How do I get you to scroll here? Do I have to like... Well, it has inherit, so it should be inheriting, right? From what it was set to here. I mean, maybe I should always clip to bounds, though. How do I get it to scroll? Oh, I was looking at clipped inherit, so we should set that on the main. Clip to bounds on the main thing. And then the tree view. Roll bar padding. Is focusable. Scrolling. Scroll into view alignment. Don't know what that means. Enable scroll animation. That sounds nice. Overscroll? I don't want overscroll. So it sounds like scrolling is just enabled by default. Why cannot I scroll? It doesn't scroll. Unreal Engine preview rolling. What do you like? What do you? I thought you could just do the clipping thing, and then it would handle it. The borders clipping is set to clip to bounds. The inner canvas is centered. Shift Control click the middle tile. This isn't a tree view, so. Let me just search like scroll. Is there a scroll view? I think there is. Yeah, what do I actually need to do to get it to scroll? Scroll view won't scroll. What do I need to do? Scroll box not scrollable. Do I need to set the size on somewhere? I wonder if would fill help? Fill. You need to wrap the components with the scroll box? I don't think so. I think it's built into the tree view. Maybe this just needs some specific, this one is set to clip to bounds as well. Because this has scrolling settings on it, so it should scroll on its own. I think maybe it just doesn't understand how to because of how it's lined up in the widget hierarchy. How like all the widgets are like added together and stuff. There it is. Fixed it. Boom. It needed to be filled, not auto. I feel like I definitely want to keep the... Let's do a larger min width. Do 350. I would rather it not jump around if it doesn't need to. Go 300. Jump around. Jump up, and get down. Yeah, I'll just try to like aim for a width that encompasses. So here's my item database, guys. Here it is. Now I need to make all these selected by default. That needs to be the default selection. Which is item tag allowed. We don't need that anymore. World context object. I'm gonna rename this to get default. What am I? I don't think I should call this storage settings because it's not just for storage. It should be item hierarchy. So I think I'm gonna rename everything to that. Get default item hierarchy selection. Maybe it should just be get all item tags. Get all. Get all item tags. Okay, so game mode. I do just have the item tag to row name. Rather than traversing the item hierarchy, I think I'm just going to iterate over this guy. And then I will, I guess, output a gameplay tag container. Out container dot add tag entry dot key. And it's as simple as that. Although this could be a very large list. So I'm wondering if I should just cache this value alongside the map there. And your usage of tags is really making me question whether or not I should be using them more or not. Yeah, I think when and where it makes sense. Yeah, I guess I was just thinking of like, I wanted this list thing, you know? And I was just like, what, my options were to either I can walk my own like C++ class and plus blueprint inheritance tree for my items, and then build out a hierarchy that way. But that sounds like pain, first of all, to write that code. Possible, but it sounds annoying. Then also now my class inheritance structure is inherently tied to what I show to the user. So there's no layer of abstraction there. So they are one and the same. I was like, okay, that sounds disgusting. And very unforgiving. Not unforgiving. What word am I looking for? Unflexible. Very inflexible. I was trying to think of like, how am I going to represent this item hierarchy then? And then I was like, oh, gameplay tags are hierarchical. So that's how I came to that conclusion. So yeah, my items data just have tags on them now, which I wanted to change. Well, I should do it in sheets, shouldn't I? There's not going to be a two-handed dagger, which is what I wanted to change. Let me look. Where the fuck is the dagger? What the heck? I had it right. Oh dear. Okay. Re-import? Okay, it fixed it. So now dagger. I had it underneath a one-handed and two-hand. I don't know, for you guys, like, I wanted to make this list flatter. Wait, now Rusty Dagger isn't under anything. Wait, what the fuck? And it doesn't work at all. Rusty Dagger is broken. What the fick? Oh, I wonder the tag table. I need to re-import you now too. Yeah. Forgot, I have to do both of those now. There we go. Yeah, so if you guys were you know, this is also going to be for what items the colonists keep on them. And so you may want to say, hey, keep an axe on you so that you can chop trees when you need to. You know what I mean? So they don't have to go grab one from storage before they chop trees. And so would you guys want to see axe as a section, and then underneath that one hand and two hand? Or would you want to see one hand and two hand as separate? I mean, because like clicking two, you could just click axe. That's pretty quick, right? And I wanted to keep it flatter so there's less, you know, expanding and contracting, collapsing. When is it finally getting released? You're waiting too long, bro. Not even close. We're not even close. Yeah, I'm wondering what would be more preferable for players. Do you want a one-hand and a two-hand category for each category, for each like weapon category? Oh, you want one-handed at the top. Okay, but then Buska, the problem is like if you want to call us to go chop trees and you want them to have an axe on them, you now have to expand both one-handed and two-handed and find axe in both of those menus. I think that that's actually worse. I feel like that's actually worse. Like the type of weapon should be at the top. And then I guess I'm asking like whether or not there should be another category for one-handed and two-handed of that type of weapon, or if you want one-handed and two-handed next to each other. Because like for how I have it right now, they would just be next to each other. Like if I had a two-handed mace, it would be next to one-handed mace. Or same with one-handed axe. And then dagger and bow, those don't have one or two hand variants. Add a tool category. Well, they're one and the same. They are one and the same in my world. But your question does beg a different thought process, which is, what if things can things fall under different parts of the hierarchy? I would rather select through a Dropbox. Yeah, I mean, you have so many categories though. Like there are so many items. Like they would have to be expanding, and like there's select and deselect options. Like you can have. I don't think a Dropbox does not make sense for what we're doing here. Like even if it was a multi-select Dropbox, it needs to be hierarchical. 2 Dropboxes. So you want to have to select multiple. You want to have to go through multiple boxes. But what if you don't know, like, if you don't understand what the hierarchy is and you need to search through it to find your thing? That's going to be a worse experience, because then you can't say, oh, what's under weapon, what's under resource. I'd have to click select and then click the next one to see. Like I have to select weapon, and then in the next Dropbox, okay, click it, what's in weapon. And there's potentially more than just 2. It's more than just 2 layers, right? Like seed is, you know, there's different types of vegetation, you know, so I feel like that's more clicks. It's more arduous that way. That would not use a tree type of thing. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I would have to have like 3 to 4 of those boxes, you know, to drill down. I think 3 is a good number for a hierarchy. Yeah, I think for the most part it will be 3, but I think there will be some situations like I'm looking at here, which there are 4 levels. Because weapon, yeah, I mean that works for weapons. If you like, I mean actually it doesn't. Like I don't think you understand how many things are going to be in that list. That's going to be a very long list. There's going to be a lot of weapons in the game, and sometimes like you need to select like. I know one thing. I'll definitely have a search box on here too to filter down the tree. I think the tree is actually better for exploring. I'm still stuck on the idea of the axe being a tool and a weapon. I mean, I get that, like, if you're searching for something, like, the player is going to understand it as a weapon, because that's where it gets equipped, right? The axe is in the weapon slot. When you equip it, you use it as a weapon. That is going to be understood by the player, I presume. It's not like a tool in these other games where you just kind of, like, have it in your bags and it gets used, right? Like you have to equip it. So that part is going to make sense to the player to look in the weapon category. But maybe that decision will change. I could very well see myself changing that decision. But regardless, I mean, it does beg the question. Oh, like in WoW, how you equip a fishing rod, right? Yeah, but in WoW you can also like. You have a mining pick. That is technically a weapon as well, but it also just gets auto-used when you right-click on a mining node. Like, you don't have to equip it to use it. But I might change that decision, because that might be pretty awkward for players to do. But, I mean, it does bring up a good question, which is like, you know, tools could be a nice category, right? God, the state of these Switch things is not correct. And like for the combo boxes, like you can't use combo boxes to select both categories and leaf nodes. Like you would have to put the categories and the leaf nodes in the combo box. Which, I mean, and at that point, there's the combo box is just there's so many things in that list at that point. So it's not, that is, for this use case, I don't think that is the right move. But still haven't figured out the base question, which is, do you want one-handed and two-handed weapons? Do you want another hierarchy for that, or do you want it flat, where one-hand and two-hand are next to each other? One-hand mace, two-hand mace, one-hand axe, two-hand axe, all in this list we see here? Or do you want this one-handed mace changed into mace, so when you expand it, you see one hand and then two-hand underneath it? That's the question I currently have. I think I would want it to be more flat. Like I think less hierarchy is better. But we're gonna have a sickle, mining pick, axe, shovel, hoe, spade. Yeah, I will have that kind of stuff. Yeah, but I'll also have potentially one-handed and two-handed pickaxes. You know. So you want, Buzka, you want an extra hierarchy option in here. Flatter. Yamio says flatter. Because it's only two, right? It's only going to be two. So it's like picture this, instead of one-handed mace, picture this as axe. Like if you wanted your colonist to make sure he has an axe on him, you go boom, boom, you know, just grab make sure you have a two-handed axe or a one-handed axe, you know what I mean? And of course, I'll have like quantity well, actually, fuck, now that I think about it. Oh, I may need to combine them, actually. I may have to do the hierarchy. Because if you just want him to have one axe on him. Yeah, I think I have to do the I think I have to do the hierarchy one. Because I'm gonna need to have quantities on here. So this is gonna be like, apologies for my very terrible thing here. So weapon, I think it's going to have to be this way. Because instead of checkboxes for specifying the item, like this is going to be a, you know, you'd want him to have one axe, right? If they were flat, you'd say you'd make him, you would be essentially telling him to store one of each. But you're thinking, I want you to have one axe on you so that you can chop trees when you need to. Yeah, I think I have to do this actually. I didn't think about the quantity part of it. Because otherwise, if it was the inverse situation, which is, oh god, I don't know why I did a check instead of a X. I don't know why I'm doing that. Then, you know, if you wanted him to have either one, just have an axe on you. This is, you're saying put two axes on you actually here. So that actually doesn't work to properly represent what the player wants. Omniscient Frank, that's actually even worse, what you're saying. that's like further opposite. Because then the player would have to put that's so many. That would create so many of these things. Yeah, I think my options were either this or this, and not like the other option is weapon, and then underneath weapon, every single one-hander, and which would have axe. This is actually the worst option here. Two-hand, axe, mace. This is actually the worst option. So I know I've always known I'm not going to do that. Buska, it's not though. It's not different. This would be entirely different. When you need to specify the quantity that you want the colonists to keep in their inventory, this is not equivalent to this. Because like I said, if you put this number on each one, I want you to keep 1 in your inventory. You're like the player really, what they really want is I want you to keep 1 axe on you, right? That's really what they're trying to say. But I guess, let me think about this, because food is going to be interesting now too. Because you may say, I want you to keep some amount of food on you, but I don't want you to keep, you know, I don't want you to keep. So does the parent actually, can the parent actually matter here? Because there are I guess there's also going to be boxes here. Let me just. Seed should not be under food though, but it's edible. It's edible and it serves the same purpose. But 0 means like I don't want you to consider this. Parent is like you're essentially saying the total. Should seeds be editable? They are. They are right now. Yeah. Editable and plantable. I guess they're not plantable at the moment, but I intend for them to be plantable. Okay, so if I'm saying something like this. Is this the total? This is like the total of all the children? Does 1 and 2 have to be in explicit detail for sorting purposes? I mean, it has to be to represent what the player wants. It's not necessarily for sorting purposes, it's to represent what the player wants to store in an area or for a colonist to carry around. And you may have a colonist who's spec'd into 2-handed axes. And he does better with 2-handed axes, so you say keep a 2-handed axe on you. You know what I mean? To do real, why enable this behavior at all? For storage, what you have works. For colonists to carry around, well, that could be handled by the job system. Because you may want to, like, especially if your colonists are going to be doing jobs that are very far away from the colony, they're going to get hungry, right? You don't want them to have to run back to the colony and pick up some food from storage to eat it. Like, you will want them to carry around some food with them so that they can eat it while they're doing their job and they don't have to run all the way back to the colony. And the same goes for some combat items, right? Like you may want all colonists to keep around, keep a couple health potions and mana potions on them. You may want your warrior colonist, they don't need mana potions. So you need to specify, hey, keep a couple health potions on you. And I specifically need a system for the player to say that so that I can determine what in a colonist's inventory needs to be hauled and what shouldn't be hauled. If I don't have a way for the player to specify that, I cannot actually determine what should and shouldn't be hauled. A loadout, right. Yeah, this is a loadout. That's a good term for it. Equipping, well, there is equipment and there is, like, here's the equipment panel, and then here's the inventory. So like you don't for instance, you don't equip food, right? But regardless, I do need a way for you to specify what, whatever the UI looks like. I need a hierarchical way for the player to specify what they want on a colonist. that does involve a item hierarchy. Otherwise, if you don't, then you're going to just have to manually type in things, you know? And if you don't, I guess the other way is you have the physical thing, like you have health potions, and you'd have to give them to a colonist, you know what I mean? You'd have to ferry, or you'd have to manually put shit in their bags to keep in there, you know what I mean? Which is even worse. You want it to be automatically handled. My point is that the UI should be separate of the UI used for assigning tasks. Oh, the UI I'm showing is not for assigning tasks. This is not the task assigning. This is just specific to an area. And an area can be used for storage, or it can be used for defining where a task should be done. So this is not the same UI that will be used for assigning tasks. And it will be, you know, this thing, which is just this thing, but instead of checkboxes using a number box, which this needs some padding on the outside now that I'm looking at it. Storage settings. You need some padding around the outside. And yeah, we're gonna, you know, Turning Cock brought up a great idea, which I was already planning on having like a job queue system. But he brought up a great idea of actually having to place a job board in the colony that colonists like can run up to. They grab a job from the job queue, you know. I'll be doing a different UI for that. The sorting only really adds extra hierarchy to the sorting process, which has an extra hierarchy. The finding process, I say add fave, like a favorite. But like I said, you might have a colonist. The one-hand, two-handed is going to be important for combat. Like, that is going to be a distinction in combat. Like, whether you're good, like, you're going to have weapon skills for one-handed and two-handed weapons, right? So you might have a colonist who's better with two-handed weapons than he is with one-handed. So you're like, yeah, or maybe you just want him to train more on one-handed. So the distinction between one-handed and two-handed is important, and it is something that's going to need to be in the game. For sure. And represented in this hierarchy. But I think I'm just wondering what the semantics of the parent should be, of the parent, because there will be like a leaf, you know, like, and I'm not just fucking hang on. Can I undo here? Okay, I drew the box around it already. What is redo? Okay, I broke my redo. Total. And so underneath here is going to be one for like axe of cut. It's like a wood cutting axe. And so there will be a box there as well. And so God, I'm just shoehorning that in here. I'm trying to remember how RimWorld does this. Yeah, RimWorld has they don't have a system quite like this in RimWorld. They do have like, what is this? Oh, that's a different job UI. They have like, what is it? Like allowed drugs. Drugs. God, that's fucking so small. Is this a bigger one? Okay, there we go. But this is specific to drugs, so this is already filtered down to like one thing. And then they also have the what is this? This is like the policies or whatever. The allowed apparel. That's a good one to look at. Apparel policies. Oh, is it just flat here too? Allowed bill or something. There's a bill one too. Here we go. So like this is for like doing this is a task, right? This would be like a bill is like a task on, for this one, a tailoring workbench. And so you do have the hierarchy here. But this is just saying what is allowed and disallowed. So that's the checkbox state stuff. Whereas I actually need to input a certain number. And the only thing that they have to do that is something like this. And I think this is a mod that I have. But it's only for one thing, so it's not very representative. Because like you click this number and it's a drop down for like 0, 1, 2, 3. And then you can click this icon here and you can say what meds you want them to carry around and how much. I think that's the only thing. And there's the outer, this is probably a better view of what I'm talking. Yeah, this is a better view of what I'm talking about here. Food restriction UI. But again, that's just allowed and disallowed, right? RimWorld doesn't actually have like, you need to carry this stuff on you. Like you have to manually kind of equip everything. And with weapons, you force them to pick it up and that's it. Yeah. But I mean, if you don't force them, they do have like allowed weapons, I think, as well. Or maybe that's a mod. Because can't they just pick up random weapons? Or is that, I think that might be a mod. It's all policies and stuff. So yeah, this is the only way you like explicitly say, keep this on you. And then keeping a food on you, that's just automatic. That's just built into the game. Yeah, omniscient freak for you, for the player, it's not the one-hand, two-hand distinction isn't that important because they can, like, this is assigning policies to a pawn, basically. And so the pawn is not going to understand that the one-handed and two-handed distinction unless you tell them, unless the player specifies that some way. Yeah, RimWorld does just use the Boolean yes or no for most of them. And I guess I'm trying to extend that because I'm going to use the same thing, same system. But I was planning on just changing the checkboxes to a number box that you can enter. But I think what I would need to do is I think I just need to, and communicating this to the players is going to be probably the biggest issue. But I think the parent, this is like the total of down here, right? And I could even add another checkbox here, you know. This is the total of everything below. And I think semantically that would work. Semantically, I think that would work. And so that way, you know, I want a total of 1 axe and, you know, maybe... And if you set this to 0, I think it automatically sets everything underneath it to 0 too. Like if I click here, everything becomes 0 under here. But if I click up to 1 and everything is 0, I don't know. If you increase it, it doesn't change anything down here, I think. God, that's going to be actually kind of hard for the player to specify then. Yeah, how is doing the parent one going to work? Parent representing the total could do 2 functions too. It could represent the total or represent the random / general distribution, like 1 axe doesn't matter which kind. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm picturing. But then I'm thinking like, if it's at 1 and you have a bunch of 1s under here, you click minus. I almost need 2 buttons. I almost need 2 buttons. I'm gonna undo here. See how far back my undo history goes. Okay. I'm gonna change my brush size here. right? So I almost need a, so there's going to be a little box around each of these. Right, I almost need another button for the parents. And so this will be 0, have the same thing. And so if you click plus all, it'll add 1 to everything underneath it. If you just click plus, it'll only increment this one. I think that's what you would have to do. This is like total. God, this UI is going to be fucking horrendous to fit. And then for the thing that's like specific axe name, you know, of course, show the inventory icon there too, like RimWorld does. This is just a checkbox, right? Well, no, because you could have multiple of the same name, I guess. So have a checkbox, have another increment, decrement box, but this one wouldn't have the all. 2 buttons here. Minus all. There we go. And like if you increment 1 down here, I think that, and this is 0. I think you automatically set this to 1. Right? Because otherwise you're like, oh, I'm going to click 1. He should be doing this. But it's like, no, you don't have anything. You like, this is actually an invalid state we have here. I say invalid, but it's just like, he's never going to hold on to an axe because the parent of this one is 0. There's actually like a lot of implicit NPC assignment. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. The child element has a manual entry. Gray out and disable input for the parent. Okay, yeah, you're saying if any one of the children of a parent has been manually edited, then the parent is no longer. But what if you wanted to? Like, you know? So you're saying in this case, this would be grayed out? And you'd highlight this yellow or something or whatever. But what if you wanted to plus all or whatever here? Like you'd be, and if you only had one thing selected down here, in order to re-enable this, the player would have to check everything underneath it to get it back to an editable state. So I think that rule does solve that issue, but I think it makes it more difficult to use in certain situations. Making sure they're broken into categories that are easy to navigate helps a lot. Yeah. Nope, because that's not a manual increment or decrement. If you plus or minus all, then you can still operate increment decrement on the parent. You wouldn't touch the children. If you navigate all the way to the bottom of the hierarchy and are manually incrementing children, then you wouldn't ever want to hit all. Why though? I don't think that that's necessarily true. Like, you may want to undo what you just did. Things change throughout the course of the game, right? And you may have better axes or something, or maybe, you know, you don't need him to have a specific axe anymore, and you just want him to have one-handed axe. Like, you go from a state where you go from a state in the player's mind where I want him to have this specific axe and only one of them. And then you go from a state. And so everything else at this level is set to 0. And then you're like, okay, I don't want that anymore. I want him to just hang on to one axe of any kind, of any one-handed kind. If I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, you'd have to go through and like you wouldn't be able to edit this at that point, unless you undid all of your manual changes. And regardless of how we, regardless, it is fucking complicated to write and code. I think maybe just highlighting the scenario would be the easiest. Just put like a, you know, do one of these guys. You know, make it yellow or whatever. A little warning icon. Okay, you had things selected under here. I don't see any possible way of not having to undo manual changes as you described. If your configuration for a unit is that complex, it is equally going to be that complex to operate within, I guess. It's a valid point, though. This will be like maybe like a tooltip text if you hover over the number. Yeah, I think I've surpassed my 15-hour fast. Good for you. Gotta iterate live on to see what actually feels right. Yeah, I think the biggest issue is whatever solution we pick, it's going to be complicated, and I'm going to need to explain it to the players some way. I am going to need to. I think what I have here is not bad. What's the minimum viable fuckery for each category? And can they? I don't know how to answer that. I don't know what you're asking by saying that. And can they open more drop down to fiddle with it more? Yeah, like you can always open the drop downs and stuff. Which is why I think I need the plus all. So this is like, if you clicked plus all, it would add to the children number. Add 1 to all the children, including the current level. And also, you have this box up here as well. I'm just wondering what happens, like if I increment this, like, I understand how the parents should affect the children with these buttons. I don't understand how the children should affect the parents. Should I, if I increment this, if I click this button, should I increment that? If it's at 0, only if it's at 0. I definitely wouldn't want to like say, well, it's actually if it's greater than that number, right? That could be the thing. Like this number can never be greater than that number. Maybe that's the logic. Because you're basically saying, I want you to have 5 of these things on you. 5 of some children or whatever. And if this is only at 4, then that's never possible. So if you're saying you want 5, that'll do it. So I think that's the logic. I think that's some draw. Say you hit specific, say you hit a specific acts of conjuration. I like that. Then you hit all. What happens? Does it increment all? Increment all would increment all children by 1. Does it only increment 1 to ones not selected? No, I'm thinking it increments all children. I'm dumb when it comes to math. Would I, as a player, still be able to use the system with minimum friction? I don't know if I can decide that for you. But then you'd need another box to indicate what the max is versus what the total is? No, I mean, the max is what's right here, right? It's whatever the immediate parent is. Yeah, I don't know what this text should be either. There could be something better. The max and the total are the same thing. How are they different to you? One thing I would say I wish more devs would do for games is beta release with actively open feedback systems and links. I think the best way to figure this out is to skim through real feedback. Yeah, I agree that real feedback is very valuable. I mean, I think today, more so than back in the day, we have even more open forms of communication between players and devs. Because it used to just be through ye olde forums, right? That used to be the only way. But now there's like so many different social media platforms, and like devs have Twitters and shit, you know? I wish beta releases were as easy as that. No, I get, okay, so total is a bad term. It's not, total is like total allowed of in your inventory. So maybe max allowed, maybe max is a better term for it. It's not like the total number of selected things, right? It's the total number allowed. So if I have 1 here, that means I'm allowing a total of 1 axe out of all of the children. Yeah, I think it was just a semantic thing for sure. Yeah, I think max probably is a better term for it. Max. In terms of conveying that to players, yeah, I mean, really trying to explain this concept to the players. It is going to be very important because this is probably going to be the most complicated piece of UI I have. And especially if you just got confused from it and I was explaining it to you, then yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think if this number ever gets higher than this number, you have to increment all the parents, I think. But only do that when it gets higher. If this number is lower than this number, that's okay, we do nothing. Unless you're full indie publisher, PR is mega scared to let devs drop early builds. Dude, Adder, that is, yeah, preach, brother. I wish I could get better, like, it's the same with software engineering too. Unless you work for a really good company that's really behind, you know, the agile or iterative methodologies, like, you know, for where I work, it's very waterfall. No one wants to let anything get released until it's perfect. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, we're making all these assumptions about what users want before users have ever even touched it, right? And to get any sort of user feedback before we work on something, we have to go through this whole user experience research process, which like costs money to do. So you have to like sign up for it, and you have to like get approval for it and shit. And then it takes you can't, I'm not able to just talk to a user as a developer. And to me, that's an issue, right? And I would very much like to just release smaller pieces to get that feedback and be more iterative. And I know you probably feel the same way about games. It's probably even worse in games because just the nature of how the application lives. Like in web development, it's a lot easier to push out new versions from a technical standpoint and update it. But getting a new version onto a player's machine is for a game is a little bit harder. And then you have to worry about all the old versions that are out there in the wild. Whereas with web dev, you know you only have one version. But yeah, I think that, you know, doing smaller releases, being more iterative is better. It results in a better product. Bring back Google Plus. I don't think you want that. I don't think you actually want that. Which is why early access is kind of nice. But at the same time, it's kind of vague as to what the contract of player spends money on game in early access state. Like, what do you get for that? You know, I feel like that line is kind of blurry at the moment. And I think for the most part, devs are pretty good about it. But there are games that never get finished, you know, or don't release with the promised features or whatever. And that promise is, I guess, kind of what you're operating on as a buyer. Early builds are still seen as full releases and have direct impact on final release. Gamers are some of the most opinionated communities online, so you have to come out of the gate perfect, regardless of what gamers ask for, leading up to a beta release. Early builds have bugs and iffy performance, as does any alpha or beta straight to internet jail. Yeah. But I mean, there are some games that have overcome that, right? Like No Man's Sky is probably the poster child for overcoming that, releasing in a shitty state and making it up to players. Now everyone says it's a great game, actually. And like, I think the Steam reviews like went from overwhelmingly negative to overwhelmingly positive, which is kind of crazy. Now I'm looking at, I think also if you hit minus and this number becomes lower than these numbers, I think you have to subtract all of these, or else I'd have to put this there, which I don't think. If you're hitting that, I'm going to take that as intentional. Did their sales recover? I know they struggle early on to financial survival. It definitely seems like it. I mean, they're coming out with like new updates and shit, and yeah, it seems like they've done it. Moxie. Okay, so I think I have in my head what I want this to all be, at least my first iteration of it. Moxie, come back here. I'm here. Hey. You Borkin? Splitgate 2 has been interesting to watch as a fellow AA dev, how not to PR. You know, the thing is, like, I could have actually seen the way they came out on stage as working, but then I started reading all the shitty things about the company, which I don't remember any of what they are. And like, I just remember reading that they made some shitty decisions or something. And I was like, oh yeah, now it comes off as douchey and entitled. He's distracting chat with dog. Yeah, my trump card. The issue seems to be people complaining about what is rather than critiquing what could be. I shift my perspective to the latter for constructive feedback. I mean, I think both of those perspectives have different uses, right? Like, you know, talking about what could be is great for coming up with ideas on how to solve something, but you don't know that you need to solve something until you've gotten the first, which is criticizing what is. And honestly, as game developers and game designers, we should know what it could be better than the players. Like, if you just tell me something is bad and the reason why it's bad or why it feels bad to you, I should be able to come up with a better way to do it. But sometimes that lines up with what players want, so. Is that the controversy with the guy who shit-talked FPSs or COD or something? I think so. I don't know. I remember I watched, like, what was it? Summer Games Fest? But he came on stage and he was just like, he had like a make FPS great again, like MAGA hat, kind of. And the way he came out was like kind of douchey, I'll say, but it was in a way that it was, I think the way I first interpreted it was trying to be funny, but then I remember like reading about all the shit about the company and that guy, and I was like, oh yeah, that wasn't actually funny. They laid off a large number of their senior developers a year out from Splitgate 2 release. Oh yeah, wasn't it so they didn't get their bonuses or something like that? Is that what I don't know. I'm talking down to my ass right now. Don't listen to me. Reminds me of Spellbreak. The dev was talking like he was better than everyone on streams and public forums. How was he doing that? Was it in response to feedback? It's bad because we don't have frogs and you should feel bad. And that's on me. I'm sorry. Their ex-lead producer and lead artist are personal friends of mine and they refuse to talk about it. Yikes. Visibly pissed when I ask. Yikes. I have another puppy dog. I'm up here though. Oh, feedback was only insults to him? Yeah, it's difficult when you put that much work into something to not take it personally. But I mean, you also have to, I think it'll be hard to, like, there are some very intentional game design decisions that I'm going to make that I know players are not going to like. Like, I am going to be, like, I think one of my gameplay pillars is going to be you can't have your cake and eat it too. And I think there's going to be a lot of let me play the game the way I want to in response to that. And so I think in defending, if I were to ever defend my game design opinions on that and like the systems that I've made to incorporate that or the decisions I made or whatever, I probably going to come off as if I don't want to be wrong, at least to some people. Yeah, I am definitely. I think too many designers kind of give in to. It's like this may be kind of this may come off kind of condescending, but I kind of see the relationship between game designers and players as like a parent and a child, because you can't let your kid have candy all the time, right? Because that's bad for them, and that's what like an arcade game is, right? Or like the more arcadey a game is like you're giving more candy to the kid. It's the amount of dopamine you give to the player, right? And in other words, like the less friction that is in the game, the more power you give to the player in a game, that kind of stuff. And so I think as a designer, it's really easy from a design standpoint, not necessarily from like a create all the assets to make it look fucking cool and shit standpoint. But I think from a design standpoint, it's very easy to like put flying mounts into the game. Yeah, of course, every player is going to love that because they can get around easier. They can now they can hyper optimize the game more so, And it's like, you put, make the bosses drop more loot. Okay, of course players are going to love that, Of course they are. But that doesn't necessarily mean the game overall is going to be better. Right? It a lot of times I see that decision being made as something that reduces the longevity of the game. There's a balance there. There's a very fine balance between how much candy you let your kid have, right? You gotta eat your supper before you get dessert, right? That's how I feel about it. And yeah, that might be a little condescending, but I think players, given the opportunity, will take the candy every time, unless they're a very conscious game design minded player. Point I was trying to make it so easy to upset the internet and translate to decimating sales before it's even out the gate. I wish as a dev I could be more publicly incorporated with my work. Yeah, it's easy. The internet hive mind is aggressive for sure. You can't listen to every comment. You can't get one guide. You'll die. Yeah. Same with vision and scope control. The ill-informed want house building systems in their MMO FPS. The designer knows that's a bad idea. Mind's eye. I'm not familiar with the example, but I get the point you're trying to make for sure. The candy example is pretty good. Okay, so thankfully I did not come off as condescending by saying that. They will take the candy every time. Then they're hungry for protein and their teeth are rotting out. They'll complain it's your fault. Yeah, I mean, I like the evolution of World of Warcraft throughout the expansions is such a case study for me, and that's kind of, I think that's probably what ignited my game design passion. Streamers, Old Deer official, welcome in. Also allows your game to last longer. Exactly, my point. Like, if you give the players everything they want, they'll be done with the game in an hour. They'll never pick it up again. If you spoil the kid with candy, after a few, he won't want to eat anything anymore. Right, yeah. The game's got to have peaks and valleys. Conscious gamer, the internet would implode. No, best we can do is a handful of entitled gamers that say, let me play the game the way I want to. Which my response is going to be, you can. It's called Unreal Engine. Go download Unreal Engine. You can play the game the way you want to. Because that's what it would take to let players play the game the way they want to. I made a game. You gave me money for the game I made. You know, that's then they're like, no, give me more. Make it the way I want it made. It's like, I understand you not appreciating some aspects of the game. I get that. I will take that feedback into account, but I'm not always going to do something about it. I like my games to be rewardingly hard. That is also a balance of not necessarily hard. Yeah, like for instance, for me, I played Elden Ring. The rewards in Elden Ring were not great for me. They did not make me want to continue. After I beat the first boss, there's like a castle behind him or whatever, and I was exploring. I was like, I beat the first boss after 20 fucking hours or some shit. I do C++ as well. I do a lot of C, mostly C++ actually. But yeah, like the loot I got from the first boss was like, you know, it was And I was going through that castle. I'm like, you know what? I don't even care what's in this castle. I don't care what the next boss is. I don't care. Because at first I was really excited to explore the world and stuff in Elden Ring. And I'm not a Dark Souls guy. I've never played Dark Souls before. So I gave Elden Ring a shot and still wasn't a fan, even though it's supposedly the more easy and accessible of the Souls games. World of Warcraft is a massive case study, even to this day. Yeah. Same story, literally the exact story is ringing. The same story over a decade ago. Yeah. It's so funny. It's so funny. I know exactly what you're talking about, Booska. Like with the re-release of all these different classic TBC, classic Wrath of the, or all the way to fucking Mop, and I follow the classic WoW subreddit. People are saying the same fucking shit they said years ago that got WoW into the place that it is today. Even though when Classic was first going to come out and people wanted it, it seemed like everyone got it. But then they got overruled by the majority, which doesn't think very critically about the game overall. They only think about the game from their perspective as an individual player. And that's how we got to here. And the designers caved. And it's an easy path to fall down. I don't think they necessarily, it's not due to negligence or anything either. It's not like, okay, fine, okay. It's like you don't necessarily even realize you're doing it as a designer, because you just see like, oh yeah, I want to do all this cool stuff for the player, but you really need to think about the big picture. Like you almost need someone in that role, rather than like, you know, you can have like the individual class designer who wants to give the player all these shiny tools to use as a class, but then you need someone from like a higher perspective that's like, yeah, we can't let every class do everything, because then what's the point of the classes? And that's where we are today. Every class has a defensive ability, or has a defensive button. They have an offensive button. They've got an interrupt. They've got a stun. They've got some form of CC. You know, everyone's got the same shit. It's just a different color, and the rotation is different. You know. I digress. Do you have any tips for C++? My only tip is to download Writer for JetBrains. It's free for non-commercial use. And it does, for me, it did a lot better job of teaching me how to write Unreal Engine C++ than Visual Studio did. It'll tell you, it'll kind of point out when you do things wrong. The code completion is a lot better. The code generation is a lot better as well. Yeah, I recommend using Writer. Yeah. Cough, cough. Team Fortress 2. What happened with Team Fortress 2? I've not followed. I have played a little bit, but was never too big into it. Yeah, I haven't done the whole like arena shooter since like COD 4.
and Halo 3. That was my... Remember, I saved up to buy an Xbox 360. That was a big day for me. I had to buy my family a router because we didn't have Wi-Fi. I had to buy and set up internet, and I had to get my parents to pay for it. And that was a tough sell. That was a tough sell to parents that didn't even have cell phones yet. Halo 2 was the end of yours. Yeah, I think you're like one generation removed, or like a half generation removed from me. I don't even know how we got on that topic. Oh, we were talking about the Splitgate 2 guy. Or not the Splitgate 2, some other dev that like came off as arrogant. Or it came off as any feedback was wrong. And I was thinking, like, I think that there are going to be some cases where, given my response to what players think feels bad, you know, like, I think players are going to want fast travel, right? They're going to want fast travel. I'm going to say no to fast travel. I will find another way to solve it that isn't just loading screen fast travel to any point on the world, you know? The game's developmentally dead. TF2 Reddit is bitching about both good and bad things, and Valve is listening to zero of it. Yeah, I don't think Valve is interested in TF2 anymore. I mean, how do you keep developing that game? That game has been out for like 2 decades now, right? No, it's definitely not 2 decades, but it's been a fucking while. Dude, do you guys remember the orange box? That had like TF2 and Half-Life and some other Gary's mod, I think, maybe in it. But yeah, I'm not like, what is there left to develop on TF2? I was experimenting with flying mounts and I need more map for just the LOD horizon. Turning cog, don't do it. Don't do flying mounts. Don't do it. You need a very specific game for that to not destroy the sense of world. And that is one thing that like WoW got flying mounts in TBC, which was the first expansion. Whenever WoW Classic was coming out, everyone was like, yeah, flying mounts ruined the game. I think it's called airplanes. I'm not sure. Wait, are you making an airplane game? Okay, that's different. I fucking love the orange box. Yeah, the good old days. The good old days where you could pay for a complete game. Lower quality graphics since orange box? That's an interesting degradation. It's a car game, but I wanted an alternative to fast travel with faster travel. So the problem with that, though, is now you're just letting... I mean, I don't know what the flow of it is. Maybe it takes a while to get to an airplane and fly up and then fly back down and land it or whatever. But like the flying mount, the problem with flying mounts in general is that now the game effectively just turns into a lobby game, an instanced game. Because you get in the flying mount, you fly up over all the problems in the world, all the exploration, all of the game design you put into the world, and then they fly back down to exactly where they want to go, and they don't experience anything in between. Now for players, when they're just going from A to B as fast as possible, of course, they like that, you know. In WoW, it's like you go from quest to quest, you encounter zero danger in between the quests. And so, yeah, that's better than just a loading screen fast travel to wherever you want to. But at least with the loading screen fast travel, you can make it to only fast travel to certain locations. So it's less of an instance lobby game. It still is, but less so. But yeah, I don't know much about your game, so just take that into consideration. Flying mounts should be used after you have a lot of content made and need fast travel or to skip zones. I don't agree. I don't agree that I think you need the game based around flying mounts if you should use them. Like, there should be things in the air to Like there should be enemies in the air. There should be things to explore, like floating things, you know, like I think for flying mounts to be worth it, you essentially need like an outer space type game where you can encounter other ships and fight them and whatnot, you know. And I think the bigger problem with what you're saying, Streamer Soldier, is that the old zone is irrelevant. And so the problem is players want to skip areas. Players don't want to go through the same areas anymore. Why is that a problem? You know, what is causing that problem? It's the areas are no longer relevant. There's nothing there for them anymore. You know, and I'm not saying that the game design needs like forever eternal zones and stuff. Like you can make a zone obsolete and just move on to the next one, right? That's totally valid game design. But for like an open world game, I would consider fixing the root of that issue, which is players don't want to walk through areas they've already been through. You know, and what's wrong there? For me, what I'm going to do with my game is I'm going to have like the respawns aren't just going to be respawning of the same things. The way respawns in my world will be like, especially when you die, there's going to be a bit of a time skip. And so like, let's say there's a cave next to your colony that, you know, used to be filled with bandits or something, right? You went over there, you cleared out the cave, bandits aren't there anymore. You know, you died, you come back, maybe now there's a bunch of spiders have moved into the cave, right? And now there's spider webs all over the place, right? And I want this kind of world state refresh or growth of like what is spawned and where. And then I also want to make the resources that are in each zone more relevant late game, right? So you have reason to still go through the zone to collect resources, to see all the new points of interest that have popped up. You know, maybe a new NPC colony outpost has been built and stuff like that. So making the world state more dynamic means that players are going to want to walk through the zones again, right? Potentially. Think about WoW with the Griffins. Yeah, flight paths. I think flight paths are they're like the loading screen. They're like the loading screen fast travel to the new location, except you actually still get the sense of a world. You can still see the world around you. It takes time, so it still makes the world feel large, and you're looking at the world as you're flying through. So you're becoming, as a player, more I don't know if immerse is the right term, but kind of like more grounded in the world. You know what I mean? Like you as a player, you're no longer just like teleporting to places. Gamers maturation is playing Skyrim and foregoing the option of fast travel so you can experience RNG events and stuff. Yeah. Flying mounts are not even a gameplay concern at their core. Can always shove it in the box somehow. It's distance streaming. I mean, from a technical perspective, yeah. I do think that they are a game design concern. And you need a really specific game for flying mounts to be worth it, I think. You know, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Or some game where there is aerial combat. You know, you can have mounted aerial combat. Or a space game where you're fighting other ships in space. You know, those are all things. I saw some, I forget what it was called, but there's some game that came out a few months ago maybe, but like it looked like a survival game, except the world was just a bunch of floating islands, and you like flew from island to island. And I'm like, okay, that works. That works, you know. So you were saying make the flying a service and economy sync and not let them fly themselves. That is one way to do it, yeah. That would be the not letting them have their cake and eat it too approach. You know, for me, I'm going to require, and I've talked about this before, but I'm going to require you to have an animal handler colonist with a high enough skill level in 2 different colonies, and then you will need to tame 2 different flying animals and specifically connect the 2. And you are going to have to keep those animals fed and maintained and tamed, and you're going to have to keep those colonists alive to have that flight path between those two colonies. So it's going to be like you have stake in that now as a player. Like that's like I spent time on that. I don't want to, you know, it's increasing the stakes for the player, and it's like to me that would also feel really rewarding to use that fast travel rather than a pre-built fast travel where I'm just clicking a button and going piss while the loading screen goes. You know, I'd rather hop on a flying mount on a path that I built, you know, that I put hard work into, because I appreciate it a lot more at that point. Service flying also creates set flight paths and removing the need for detailed collision to box in players from flying out of the world. Yeah. You don't have to worry about level bounce so much anymore. Hello, cool game developer guy. Hello, cool Twitch chatter. Fast travel should be a late game unlock. You're very on the late game unlock, and I'm like, no, not even late game. I am not even going to allow it in late game. Well, actually, no, I lied. I will. I'm going to allow, I think I'm going to allow, let's go over to the test level here. Save, yeah, sure. I think super late game, I will allow portals. But you have to build them, and you have to like, it's like in-game boss level portal reagents or something. And I'm only gonna allow like 4 in the world. So I lied actually. But I don't think every game needs to have that. What am I using for my proc gen? It's all just like a bunch of custom stuff that are out. I have 3 different compute shaders. I have a height map compute shader, I have a 3D noise compute shader, and then I have a custom marching cubes compute shader that stitches them together and makes the 3D noise punch through the height map. Dinya, welcome in, my dude. Hello, sir. Multiplayer interaction system. Would you need line trace or collision or combo? Would you use... what type of interactions are we talking about? Are we just talking about like clicking on another player to like inspect them or trade with them or something? Or are we talking about like combat? Perlin noise? I use a bunch of different types of noise. The map is a Voronoi on top of a simplex noise. I think the vertex data is a simplex, open simplex 2S noise. The height map I think is a gradient noise. Items, loot, etc. levers in the world to open doors. Would I use a line trace or collision or combo? I think you would need both, right? Like you would need to line trace to the thing, and the thing would need to have collision on it so that the line trace responds to it to get the interaction prompt. Yeah, it's doing a line trace, and then the thing has collision on it. Well, the entities don't have collision on it. It's my own kind of collision system, but I know where the entities are, and I know what the radius and half height are, so I know where the line trace would collide if it were, if they actually had Unreal Engine collision. Well, not 4 flying mounts. I was saying 4 portals. The flying mounts, you can have as many as you can handle, right? Or the flight paths, I should say. Looks awesome. Thank you. Yeah, this is probably what I've spent most of my time on. We are in the wind-scarred cliffs, which actually kind of makes sense, right? Actually kind of makes sense. These do look rather wind-scarred. Amberwood Forest is just beyond. The Harpy's Roost of Vengeance. Shadewatch Basin. Oh shit, I clicked on accident. Oops. Okay, now we're in a different zone. That was my teleport functionality. Look at this little formation that happened here. A little boxy where the height map, and that's my one issue with how I do it. Like it gets really boxy where the 3D noise and the height map intersect. The way I'm doing it, I think I can do a better job. Where am I now? There's a zone entrance just over there. your world gen mathematically predictable? Yeah, it's all deterministic. For your spawning of structures, I haven't done like points of interest yet, but I will soon. But it's all deterministic. I generate the map first, here. And then each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. And so each terrain chunk gets its generation parameters from that. And I have parameterized noise. And so like each zone, each one of the zones on the map, theoretically have like a different biome and different terrain shapes, terrain parameters, terrain noise that gets passed into a noise function. And then they get blended together. So this is actually a different terrain noise than over here. The textures aren't blended, but the terrains are. So they match up. I have to do a weighted average distance-based blend for every single vertex to all of its neighbor chunks. So that was a pain in the ass. That was a giga pain. How did I get into Unreal? Did you have experience with other game engines before starting with it? Nope, I had zero experience in game dev, Unreal Engine, or C++, or procedural generation. So I went in real cold, and I would not recommend that. That's cute. Look at this cute little cave. Now see, I want a bunch of goblins down there. I want like a little goblin encampment down there, you know? With like some loot, you know? I think that'll be cool. ECG likes to lag, doesn't it? Oh, there's like a giant cave right here. It's not fully generated at the moment, so it looks a little strange, but there's a giant cave into the side of this mountain. But yeah, I want the zones to differ kind of drastically, you know? Kind of like vanilla WoW zones do. You know, this is like the edge of Ashenvale and Barrens, you know? It's so cool you did what Minecraft did, but without needing voxel. It must have been hard, especially since your world gen is 3D and not just terrain height. Yeah, the 3D part of it was so fucking hard. And honestly, it's created, like, it just makes all of the game development harder, because, like, you know, for specifying... Oh, I'm broken. Never mind, I can't do it. But for specifying, like, an area that you want the colonists to do in, I had to create, like, a voxel algorithm that walks the terrain, so that you don't accidentally just... Because you could just use, like, a box, right? But then, if you did that on a high enough slope, the box might select some cave that's underground that the player doesn't know about. So lots of considerations there. Marching cubes is a voxel-based algorithm, though. So, like, I don't like inherently tie the generation to a specific voxel resolution or anything. The height map has a uniform set of vertices, but the height of that does not line up to voxel height at all. And then the 3D noise would be voxel too. Like these are like it's a uniform cube, right? But then the way the 3D noise and the height map connect together, they don't always have to connect together on like a voxel. So it's like kind of half voxel, half not. And then for my vertex data, like the actual texturing and to like define what the terrain is actually made out of, I just generate that on a per vertex basis, rather than maintaining all of the values for, you know, what's in the solid space that I don't actually need yet, right? And so when you deform the terrain, it'll recalculate what the new verts should be, right? So I don't actually need to do it on a voxel basis, just wherever it's just a 3D space basis, right? Each chunk is a procedural mesh component. I started with procedural mesh components. I'm using dynamic mesh components now, which kind of seem to be the predecessor, or the predecessor? The successor. The successor, yeah. Emphasis on the suck there. You did all this to show off math. Dude, I felt so bad at math. I actually tried to get into game development a long time ago, and I kind of gave up because the math was too hard. And then I came back later, and years later, and was able to be successful. Because I had just learned more programming and stuff. Your world gen is absolutely amazing. Thank you. This is really just there's a lot more I can do with it. This is really just a framework that I've set up, and I've just kind of thrown. I only have 2 different biomes right now, so this is actually my meadows biome, but it's in this like super rocky, craggy terrain, which doesn't really make sense. And And then this is just my default biome, which is just the forest, you know. So I got a lot more work to do to create like really interesting biomes. I got to spawn points of interest in here, which I, you know, will be done through PCG. I'm going to have procedural landmarks. You know, these are volcanoes, these are rivers, these are craters, plateaus, you know, things like that I can plop in here as well. I only have like 4 or 5 different terrain settings, like terrain noise settings. This is like, I think this is like my average one, like kind of averagey mountain things. This is like super rocky, craggy, spiky. This is like super tall, height map kind of thing, which relates to the altitude from this map. So the darkness and lightness of each pixel here is the altitude. You can see the altitude value up here. So like these values up here would be super kind of swampy noise right here, like 0.2 altitude, and then 0 altitude is ocean, right? And then kind of towards these brighter ones is 0.9. And I guess just the terrain noise settings that got assigned to this zone, their altitude multiplier was just really high. So that's what extracted it up into the air so much. And then I put the border mountains around each zone. And so I actually create splines. What zone is that? That is Shade Watch Basin. So I go here. Yeah, so there's the border of that zone. And eventually I'll pass that this spline into PCG so that you know, things like this don't happen. Right now I'm just doing PCG on a per chunk basis, but you can see this biome is kind of leaking into the next zone, which is okay. It's not like a huge deal, but eventually I'll just use the spline as a spline volume to sample to run the biome generation. But you can see how the mountains follow that. And then there's a zone entrance chunk right here. So this point basically got deleted in terms of the of how the terrain chunks lerp away from it. The better part of a month, I've passively seen your stream. It's really cool to see your game develop. Well, thanks for passively stopping by. Thank you. So yeah, I do have to get off soon here. I gotta do some work. And I'm kind of at a good stopping point, so I just want to run over here to this mountain. Look at this cave. Look at that cave. And like eventually I'll have the terrain deformation will be based on what the material is of the noise. So like I showed before, like here's all the vertex data. It matches the verts here. And you know, when you hit rock with a pickaxe, you want that to behave differently than if you hit dirt, right? So I'll need to handle that. That's going to be a big thing. And then I'll also need to handle like spawning ore and stuff. I don't know whether or not I'm going to do that with PCG or if I just need to do that with the noise. We'll see. I want to go up there. Can I go up there, please? Oh god. We good? Oh no. I fell. We fell. Can we even get up from here? I don't think so. I don't think so. I wanted to see this cave. Okay, let me try that. Let me try again here. No. I'm not spawning high enough. There we go. Oh no, he fell. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, I see the light. Oh no. It was a lie. Oh, there is light. I can't get out of here then. Oh no. It's a tease. I can't even get out of here. Well, I might be able to build up out of here actually. Let me see. Oh, I can't. My building button is broken because I respawned. And now everything is super laggy. Oh, there we go. Okay, am I spawned now? There we go. Okay. Can I reach up there? Let's see. I think I can. Okay. Just had to build some stairs, guys. Yay, I'm free! I'm free! There's no grass up here, though. Yeah, my PCG generation seemed to have broken with all those respawns. Okay, but I'm gonna get on up out of here. Thank you all for hanging out with me. It was fun. It was good. I figured out the tree issues, which is great. You love to see it. You love to see it. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go raid. We're gonna do Mad Chirpy today. Mad Chirpy is doing some horror game dev, I suppose.
Continue type of thing.
So yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Yes, have a good one, homies. I have to go work, but this was good. So hopefully I will be back again tomorrow for, I guess we'll work on some more of the UI. We'll basically, I think, be implementing this tomorrow. Is what I need to do. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. Bye, everyone. Bye. Racomio, bye. Turning Cock, bye. Adder, bye. Yamio. Streamer Soldier, bye. Dean, yep, bye.